And welcome to this new tutorial. My name is Brahim Shugrani. I'm a full stack web developer and the UI UX designer. I have 3 years in experience working with Django and Python. And today I'm gonna teach you how to create an online grocery store web application using Django and Bootstrap. So this application is gonna be a clone for an Instacart. Instacart is an online shop where you can buy grocery stores. But our app is gonna have just the basic functionalities, and you can go from there and develop other features. So this tutorial is for intermediates, and you should have basic knowledge working with Django and front-end technologies such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, great. Now let's jump to our agenda and see what we're gonna do. First of all, we're going to initialize our virtual environment and install dependencies and third-party APIs. Then we'll create our apps and models. We will have 4 applications, the account, product, order, and checkout. Then we'll create our view and functions and forms for the admin and for the client, the user. And then we will create the templates using Bootstrap. And at the end, I will show you how to implement a payment method, just the theory, so that you can apply it later on. Let's see the roles of each user. So the admin will have permission of create, retrieve, update, and delete a product. And we'll have also create, retrieve, update, and delete category trees. We'll talk later on categories and trees and how to manage them and how to create a category and subcategory. And also he will have the permission to update user status. Here, for example, if the user abused the policies of the website, the admin can deactivate his account by setting up his active field to false. And also he can update order status. For example, the order will have 3 or 4 status from its creation till the shipping. So the admin can update the status of that order when he ship the product. And let's jump now to the user. The user can create and verify an account using his email, and he can view the products list and details. Also, he can view the categories list and filter the products. And also he can remove and add products from his cart. That means checkout. And at the end, he can confirm an order and create one. This is it for our agenda. Now let's jump to our terminal and start creating our virtual environment and install our dependencies. Okay, so now let's create a folder for our application. Let's name it grocery app, and let's cd to our grocery app. And now let's install our virtual environment. -p python 3. Let's name the env. Let's wait a little bit for the installation to complete. And let's activate our virtual environment. And now we will need to install our packages and apps that we're going to use. So we will use Django 3.0 and PostgreSQL for the database. So we will need to install PsychoPG 2 and Pillow for image handling. And the last one that we're going to use is a Django MPTT for Django categories. So this library is gonna let us handle the categories and subcategories using the concept of trees. And we'll explain this concept later when we start creating our category model. So let's copy it and start installing all our applications. Okay, and now let's create our Django project with the command Django admin, start project, and let's name our project grocery shop, and let's cd to our project, and then let's create our application. We'll create the first application, that is account. We need to write start app, and we'll create the other one. The second one will be the checkout, and then the order, and the product. And basically this is it for now. In the next video, we'll start coding and setting up our project to run it with Postgres. And I see you in the next video. Thank you for watching. Well, hello again, and today we're going to use a Postgres SQL for our Django application. And to do that, we will need to replace the default one, that is SQLite, with the new one, Postgres SQL. So here we are telling Django that we are using a database backend Postgres, and the name of our Postgres database and the name of our user that has all the privileges on this database and the password for this user. So let's copy this block of code and go to our application and go to settings. And in the database, let's replace it with the new one. As you can see here, the default one is SQLite. So let's remove it and replace it with this new one. So here we will need to change these values with our own values. So we will need to create a new Postgres SQL. So let's go to our terminal and type PSQL, and let's create a database, and let's name it education ecosystem. So, and now let's create a user and give it an encrypted password. This is user with an encrypted password. Okay, and the user has been created successfully. And now let's grant all the privileges for our database indices to our user indices user. Okay, perfect. And now let's change these values with the values that we've created. So the name of our database is education ecosystem. The user is user, and the password is edipass. Now let's run manage migrate to apply all the changes to our new database. Great. And now we are going to add a new third-party library that is called Django auth.
So now we're going to install a new library called Django All Auth. So this library can help us a lot for authentications flows and resetting password or email address verification. As you can see, here are all the supported flows and supported providers, such as signing up or logging in with Facebook, GitHub, Google, Instagram. They support a lot of providers. You can find pretty much any of the popular one here. So to install this library, let's go to installation and run pip install Django All Auth. Great. And in our settings.py, under templates, we will need to add an extra context processor for our Django All Auth to run successfully. So let's add this one. Let's go to templates and context processor. Great. And here we'll need to override the default authentication backend that Django use with our new one, All Auth. So we'll need to include this at the end of our settings. Okay, perfect. And in the install apps, we will need to add Django contract sites and All Auth account and social account. And if we want to add any other provider, we will need to include it also under the install apps with its name. For example, if you want to include a PayPal signing up system, we just need to include this line in the install apps. So let's go to our install apps. And then, because we are adding Django contract sites, we will need to add a default site ID to our settings file and include this URL to our URLs. Because we are running Django 3.0, now we are using path, not URL, and let's remove all of this and include path. And now let's run our migration. Great. Perfect. Let's go and test our application. So as you can see here, we have the sign up view that is already initialized with all the required inputs, such as username, email, password, and repeating the password. And here we have the signing in. As you can see here, we have already predefined messages. If you have not created an account yet, then please sign up. And for get password view, here they can send you a link for you to reset your password. So let's try and create a new account. Let's give it a name, AJAX. Let's click on sign up.
And we have a connection refused. That's because Django didn't find any email backend to send us an email confirmation. So here we will need to set up our email backend, and we're going to use our console as an email backend. And to do that, let's go to Django documentation. As you can see here, we can use an SMTP backend, or we can use our console backend. So now for development, we're going to use our email backend. Let's copy this
and go to our settings and pass this. Let's wait a little bit for our server to refresh. And let's try again. Okay, let's create a new user. User test. User at test.com. And let's try some password. Okay, now if we go to our console, it will send us an email confirmation. This is the email. Hello from example.com. This is our website. We're gonna change it later on. You've received this email because user test, the username that we've created, has given yours as email address to connect to their account. And to confirm our account, we need to visit this link. As you can see, this link is unique, and let's paste it here. And here is the confirmation email address. Please confirm that user@test.com is an email address for user test. Okay, let's click on confirm. And now we are on profile that we're going to create later on. We're going to give it a template and customize it based on the user informations. Okay, great. Now we have Django all up and running without any problem. Well, hello again. And today we're going to change our user model because Django all is giving us a username field and making the email optional. And we don't want that. We want to authenticate with our email and remove the username and make it optional, not required. And to do that, Django all has a lot of settings to be set. And let's go to Django all configuration. And here you can see that the account authentication model is set to username by default, but we have other options such as email, so we can authenticate with the email or each of username or the email. And we want to use the email, so let's copy this and go to our settings and set it to email. But here, if we set it to email, then we will need to set our email field to required. So account email required will be equal to true. And we would like to set our email to unique, so nobody else can sign up or sign in with the same email. And to do that, let's search for unique accounts, unique email. Okay. And at the end, we still have the username here. So let's refresh and see. So the email is no longer optional, it's required. And we will need to remove the username. And to remove the username, we will need to set a username required to false. And that's good. So let's refresh and try. Perfect. So let's try and create a new user. Let's take a look at our console. And here we are receiving our email confirmation. And now we are under profile. That's good. And now we would like to create a profile for the user when he signs up. So later on, he can fill his informations such as the contact information, phone number, and the postal code, address, city, and region. And to do that, we've created an app, we called it account. But as you can see here, we've already have an account application from Django all, so it will create a confusion and we will have the same app name. So let's try it. Account, and let's run make migrations. Okay, so here we have an error it says application label aren't unique, duplicates account. So here the application label are the same, and we cannot use the same application label inside the install apps. So we have two choices. We either use another app label name inside the apps. Here we create a label variable and rename our application, or we just remove the application and build another one from scratch and give it another name. So the best solution to remove all the confusion, we will just remove the account application and create a new one, and we'll name it user profile. So manage.py, start app, user profile. Okay, and now we have the user profile. So let's go to models and create a user profile model. So it will extend models.model, and it will have a foreign key, a one-to-one key to the user. So each user will have only one profile. So user, and here we'll need to import a get user model to get the user. So from Django.contrib.auth import get user model, and here let's create models.one-to-one field, and we will get the user model. And on the leads, you want to models.cascade. Okay, let's do spacing here, and we want to get the phone number and the city, postal code, and the street address. So let's start with street address will be equal to models field and max length city. So we'll just copy and paste this city, postal code, and at the end we want to get. Okay, for the phone number, we'd like to use a Django application that is called Django phone field. So this Django application will validate the phone number format, and it will raise an error if the number that the user submitted is not correct. So it only accepts a valid phone number type. So let's install it first. Pip install Django-phone number field. And let's from inform field import phone field. That's imported in our application. And let's include it in the phone field. Okay, great. So we would like also to display the user information on the admin and other views by the user. So str, we will return self.user. Great. And now let's include our new application inside install apps. So here will be user profile, and let's run our migrations, and let's migrate. Great. And here what we want to do also, when a user is created, we want to create a user profile instantly. So when the user click on sign up, we will create him a user profile, and we will associate the user model field to that user that we've created, and later on he can fill his street address, city, postal code, and phone number. So what we like to do is when a user creates
an account, a user profile will be created automatically and assigned to him. And we're gonna create Django signals to do that. So let's start on creating our signal. Receiver, and let's import it from Django dispatch, and it will be executed on a post save. Let's import that. It will be imported from DjangoDB model signals, and our sender is going to be our user. So here we are using get user model twice. We will use it here and here. Let us just create a user variable and assign get user model to it and reuse that variable. Okay, great. And now let's create our function that will be executed after a user creates an account. So def create profile. So here we'll have multiple arguments. We're going to have an instance created and an args and quarks. So if created is true, so here it will tell us if the user has been created, not updated. For example, if the user will update his email address, this function will be executed, but the created will be false. But if it is the first time that he is creating his accounts, created will be true. So we need to check if it is the first time that he is creating his account. And if it is true, then we need to create a profile and assign the user to the profile that we created. So user profile, the objects, the create, and user will be equal to the instance. Okay, perfect. And we will need to set all the other informations that we want to get to blank and null, because we don't want them to be required for the first time when the user sign up. So here the street address, city, postal code, and phone number, we want them to be blank and null when the first time he creates an account. And he will fill them later on when he creates an order. He can't create an order without filling all this information. Okay, null will be true. And let's copy this. City. Okay, let's remove that. Great. Let's put some spaces here to respect the pip8 format. Okay, perfect. And now let's run our migrations. Manage.py, make migrations, migrate. Perfect. Now every time a user will create an account, a user profile will be created. So let's go to our admin and add our model to this. So from current models, we need to import user profile and admin the site, the register. So here we need to get to register the user profile to our admin. Okay, and let's try and run our application. Okay, we need to remove this. It's site, not sites.
Perfect. And now let's run our application and start creating a new account and see if the profile will be created with it. So let's run test 4 at gmail.com. Let's click on sign up. Okay, our account has been created successfully. And let's log out and see if an account instance has been created. So let's go to account logout and click on sign out, and then go to our admin. First of all, let's create a super user. Let's name it test user at gmail.com. And let's go to test user and click on login. We didn't launch our server, so let's try run server. Click on continue. Great. Okay. And now let's go to user profile. We have the test user that we've created, and our this is the super user and the user that we've created. So let's go to this user. Okay, we have an error here. str return non-strict type user. Okay. So here we have a problem. We need to return a string instead of the user instance. So let's return the email, because the email will be always required when someone sign up. And we have another error, templates does not exist. Admin user profile, okay. Phone field, phone widget. It looks like we have a problem with the Django phone field. Okay, let's take a look. We need to add the phone field to our install apps settings. Okay, let's go to our settings and install apps, phone field, and now let's run make migration. Okay, we forgot a comma here. Okay, no changes, and migrate. Let's run server. And let's refresh our application, and everything is working perfectly. As you can see here, the phone field has two fields. This field is for the country, and this is the full number. Okay, everything seems to work as we expected. Now let's go and create the product. Okay, now let's create our Django categories, but first of all, we need to understand the logic behind the categories. So each category will have a subcategory, and let's take an example. So for example, let's take food. So under food, there will be produce. And under produce, there will be multiple subcategories such as vegetables, and so these are the subcategories here: vegetables, fruits, herbs, etc. So these vegetables will have a parent that is produce, and fruits also will have a parent that is produce, herbs too. And the produce, its parent is the food. And it will be a little bit difficult to traverse this structure. For example, if we want
to get the category of the product that we are selecting, and we need to display its parent. So we will need to display food, produce, and vegetables, and maybe more categories. It will require us a lot to store a lot of information, such as the child of this category and the child of this one, etc., etc. And to do that, now we're going to use a Django MPTT. So Django MPTT stands for a modifier pre-order tree traversal. So it's a Django app. It will help us to manage a database table as a tree structure. So what is tree structure? A tree structure will have a root that is food, the first element, and the root will have multiple nodes. So the node of food is produce, and produce also have 3 nodes, etc., etc. So we need to store the information of these nodes, where they are, and their order in the table and the tree. So let's go to Instacart and see how it will look like. And now we are under department produce. And here there are multiple subcategories: fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, packages, vegetables and fruits, fresh herbs, etc. So let's select fresh vegetables. Okay, here it is tracking the subcategories of these fresh vegetables. So it's under departments, produce, and fresh vegetables. And to do that, as we said, we will need to use Django MPTT to access these nodes and this information easily. So let's go to Django MPTT and let's go to feature overview. So here, as you can see, simple registration of model fields required for tree structure will be added automatically, so you don't need to add these fields, the left node and the right node. You don't need to track them. The tree structure is automatically updated when you create or delete a model instance or change an instance parent, and new model methods are added to each registered model for changing position, retrieving ancestors, sibling, descendants, counting descendants, other tree-related operation, etc. And we also going to use the tree manager. So the tree manager will add to all registered model. This provides method to move nodes around a tree so that we can move them. For example, if we want to change the subcategory parent, for example, fresh vegetables, we don't want it under produce, we want it on under another category. We can do that easily, and Django MPTT will handle all those operations, and it gives us form fields for tree models. So let's start and install our application. And to install it, we'll need to run pip install Django MPTT. Okay. And let's copy it. Okay, great. And now let's create our category model, class, category. So, and here we will extend the MPTT model. Let's import it from mtcp.models, and let's start and create our category. So in the category, we want to have the name of the category and the slug and a description for our categories so that we can use it for the clients to understand what the category contains, and maybe a background image and the tree manager. So let's go and add all these fields. So name will be equal to models, short field,
And here we will use slug, and it will be slug field, and we'll use description, text field, don't need max length, so let's remove all the spaces, and a background image field. So let's upload to a folder called categories. Upload to, and we can leave it blank. Okay, and at the end we will need to add our tree manager. So we're going to import it from managers. And we also forget to add the parent field. As we saw here, each category has its parent. So fresh vegetables has the produce parent, and the produce parent is under the department, etc. And the list goes on. So the parent will be pointing to the category. So we will have a foreign key to a category instance, because department is a category, and produce is also a category, and fresh vegetables is category. So it will point to itself. So we'll create a parent foreign key. It will have a models dot foreign key, and it will point to itself. So the parent could be empty and could be none. We are not required to insert a parent for every category instance. Let's take an example. The node instance, it doesn't need to have a parent, so it will be set to none. And blank true, and null will be equal to true. And on delete models dot escape. So here, if we deleted a category, all its children will be deleted with it, because they all depend on it. And we want to get back the category name on the admin in our views. So def render scr. Okay, this is great. And let's remove the parentheses. Okay, now what we want to do is create our product model. So the product will have different fields, such as the name of the product, the slug of the product, the description, price, and its informations, such as the weight and the SKU. So let's start and create our product model class. Product to extend models model, and let's start by the name. So I'm gonna just copy this, and it will have description will be equal to models text field, and it will have price models float field, and await. And SKU field. So here it will depend on the business logic. Each product will have its own SKU, or if you want to make a barcode, you can also create a field for that. And let's make it maybe 30. And it will be unique for each instance. And also we would like to manage the stock of this product. So let's create field stock, be models dot positive integer field. And basically this is it for the product. And each product's gonna have a brand. And we will need to create a brand class model, because the brand will be dynamic and each brand will have their own name and an image or an icon for the brand. So let's create class brand, will be models model. They will have a name. And I'll have a slug. And an image field. Okay. And here each product's going to have a brand, so we'll create a foreign key to the brand. So brand will be equal to models the foreign key and brand. And on deletes, if the brand will be deleted, you want to delete the products that is related to it. So models cascade. Okay, and you would like to display the name when we call a product instance. Okay, perfect. And for each product there will be an image to it. So each product is going to have one or multiple images. So let's create a class and let's name it product image. Let's extend models model, and it will have an image field. Models.image field, and it will have a product foreign key. To our product. And on delete, you want to delete all the images if the product has been deleted. So models. And let's give it an alt for image description. And it's going to be models dot show field. Okay, great. And later on we are going to add some methods to the image and products and brands, so that we can get for example, the first image of the product to display it on the thumbnail. And now we're going to create our checkout model. So the checkout model basically is the shopping cart of the user, and each user going to have a checkout model when he add a product to his shopping cart. So the checkout model will have multiple fields. It will be a link to a user. So we'll need to add a foreign key to our user, and it will need an email. So the email is basically for a non-authenticated user. For the user that is already authenticated and has an account, we won't need his email. And it will have a unique token because we're going to use that token later on to store in the cookies for an anonymous user, so he can get back his shopping cart. So if an anonymous user added some items to his cart, when he go back to the website, he can find all the product that he added. And also we will add a note. For example, if the user want a specific thing when he order his grocery items, he can add that in the notes. So let's start and create our class checkout. We'll extend models model, and it will have created. So created basically is the date time field when the user created an shopping cart, so that we can track them later on. Models dot date time field, and let's make it auto now. Add to true, and we want to add a user field. So user will be models foreign key to our user, and from Django dot contrib dot auth, we want to import the get user model to get our user. So here we get user model. Let's call this method, and we gonna set it to on delete models not cascade, and this field is not required, as we said. An anonymous user also can add a product and can create a shopping cart. So this field won't be really required. So we can it can be a blank, and it can be also null. True. Okay, and now let's add an email field for a non-authenticated user so that we can track him. And we will add a token to save it to our cookies for a non-authenticated user, and get his checkout and checkout product items later on when he get back to the website if he abandoned his shopping cart. So it will be models, and we will use a unique identifier from Django library. And this field will be the primary key, and we'll give it default ID4. Let's import that, and editable will be false. Okay, and the last field will be node. So node will be models dot text field. Okay, and we want to display the email of the person when we get an instance. Okay, perfect. Now we created our checkout, but we want also to create the checkout line. So what is a checkout line? Is an item that has been added to the checkout. It contains a product. That means if we add a product X to our checkout, then we will create a checkout line with that product and with a quantity. So the checkout line will have a foreign key to a product and a quantity to that the user selected. And now we're going to create a checkout line. So what checkout line is, for example, when the user add a product to his shopping cart, a checkout line will be created, and the checkout line will have a product and the quantity that the user selected from that product, and it will be linked to its checkout, that means the shopping cart. So let's go on and create our checkout line. Model, and it will be linked to a checkout. And on delete models escape. Okay, and it will be linked to a product. So product will be models. I just copy this models and product, and it will have quantity. So it will be models dot positive integer field, and this is it. So when the user will add a product to his checkout cart, it will create a checkout line that is related to his checkout, and it will be linked to a product and a quantity that is selected. So the final checkout will have a multiple checkout lines from the checkout products that the user selected. And now we just want to get the checkout item that the user selected. So let's return self.product name. Okay, and let's create and add these models to our admin. So from current models, we need to import checkout and checkout line, and admin.site.register. We'd like to add checkout and the checkout line. Okay, and let's add also our product to the admin. From current models, we need to import a brand, category, product, and product image. So let's register those in our admin. Great. Okay, and now let's create our order model. So let's go to model. Basically, the order model will be the same as the checkout model. Hello again and welcome. Today we're going to create our order model. So the order model will be really similar to the checkout model. So let's see and let's check what we've created in the checkout model. So the checkout model has a field of created, it's a datetime field, and it's linked to a user. So we'll need to associate a user to our model, and it has an email field for an anonymous user. So the anonymous user won't have a user instance. That's why we've created this field, and it will have a token so that we can track that that checkout, and we will also use it in the order field, and the user can add a note to his order. Okay, and let's go here and create class order. We'll extend models.model, and it will have created. So it will be models, datetime field, auto now add will be set to true. And we want the order to have a status. So when the user just creates an order, by default it will be unfulfilled. And if the admin will fulfill that order, we can change the status to fulfilled. And the admin can also cancel the order for any reason and refund the user later on. Or maybe the user can just ask for a refund. So there will be 4 status for that order. So let's create order status will be equal to a tuple. So the tuple will have 0. The option 0 will be fulfilled, and the second option will be unfulfilled, and the third option will be cancelled, and the fourth option will be refunded. Okay, and now let's create our field status models.integer field, and it will have the order status choices will be equal to order status, and by default we wanted to get the first one, that is unfulfilled. So here we can just change the order, or we can just use them like this. Okay, let's make it this 1 and this 0. Okay, this is perfect. And the default value will be 0. And as we said, the order will be linked to a user, so we will use models.foreign key, and the foreign key we want to get the user model from Django contrib auth. So from Django.contrib.auth import get user model, and we will call this function to get the user model that we are using. And on delete we want to set models.set null. And why we're using a set null instead of cascade, because a set null will be null if that user has been deleted, because we don't want to delete the orders on the website even if the user has been deleted or edited. We want to keep track of our orders and save them in our database no matter what. So the order informations are really sensitive and we don't want them to be edited or deleted. That's why we don't want to delete our order if the user has been deleted. And also the user can be blank and null because we are dealing with an anonymous user. So there will be no user instance. Great. And now we want to add another field that is the checkout token. So we want to track the checkout where this order has been created. It will be models.char field, character field, and let's give it max length to 35 character or 36, and default will be nothing. We'll discuss this checkout token later on. And we want to add the note that the user has created in its checkout. So it will be a text field. And it can be blank. And the default one will be nothing, so it will be blank if the user did not set any note. Okay, everything seems perfect. Maybe we'll modify this order later on based on our needs in the application. So let's get the str of this order. So def. And we want to get back the user that has created this order. So we want to get his email, self.user.email. As you can see here, the email won't be always there because the user instance won't always be set, and we might deal with an anonymous user that doesn't have a user instance. That's why we'll create another field called email, and we will get the email of that user from this field. So will be models.email field, and let's just get that email from there. Okay, great. And now we're gonna create the order line. So the order line will be really similar to the checkout line with some modifications. So it will extend models.model. And let's go and take a look at the checkout line. So the checkout line have a foreign key to its checkout and have a foreign key to a product and the quantity. So it will be basically the same in the order line. So let's create a foreign key here for the order. So the order line will have a foreign key to order. Order will be models dot foreign key, and order, and we want to set it editable to false because we don't want someone to edit this order line and assign it to another order line. So it will be an editable false, and if the order has been deleted, and we don't want that to happen, but if so, then the order line will be deleted too. So the order line depends totally on the order. So on delete models escape. Okay, now, and each order line will be associated to a product. So we'll need to create a product foreign key. So product will be models.foreign key, and we want to get product. So from our product application, we want to get the product model. And here I'm going to give you an example to understand better what we're going to do. Let's say, for example, there is an instance of products named vegetables.
and the ID of the instance will be equal, let's say, to 30, and a user has ordered vegetables, let's say 50 pieces of that instance. So it will be displayed in the order line, vegetables times 50 pieces, and let's say it will be equal to $40. Okay, everything is good now. And what if the user, for any reason, deleted this vegetables instance? Let's say the admin will delete this vegetable. Let's say we'll delete ID equal to 30, and this vegetable instance will no longer exist. So the instance with the ID number 30 will no longer exist. Then the order line won't display the product, and it cannot display the total of that of the order. And to solve that, we don't want our product to be we don't want our order to be fully dependent on our product. So if the product has been deleted, we don't want to delete our order line. So on delete, it will be set to null. So models dot set to null. And you can say that the user still will delete the product and we won't get this information. Yes, that's right. That's why we're gonna create an extra field such as the product name, product price, and the quantity. So we want to get the product name without fully dependent on the product foreign key. And how we're going to do that, we're going to create a new field. But now we can set this product foreign key to blank. So it can be blank, will be equal to true. And let's go to and create a product name. Will be models dot character field, and let's give it max length of 225. And we also want to get the product price. So product price will be equal to models dot float field, and we want to get the SKU of that product. So SKU will be equal to models dot character field, and let's give it a max length of 50. And at the end, we want to get the quantity of the order line. So we want to know how much pieces that the user have ordered. So quantity will be equal to models positive integer. So this field will only accept a positive integer. And now we want to display the order line with the product's name plus the quantity that he've ordered. So will be def str, and we will return. So here, let's format the string. It will be x format. And now let's use self.product name and self.product price. Okay, perfect. And now we want to add these order models that we've created to our admin. So let's go to our admin, and from current models, we want to import our order line and our order. Okay, and now let's register them by typing admin dot site dot register, and let's give it the model name order, and we want to add order line also. Okay, perfect. And now at the end, we want to add our applications to our settings. So let's go under install apps and start adding our product. Then we'll add the checkout and the order. Perfect. Let's open our terminal and run our migrations. Make migrations. We have a problem here, so the online.product field specify on delete set null but cannot be null. Hint set null true, augment on field or change on delete rule. Okay, let's go and check our order. And here, if the product does not exist, then we should set our product to null. So here we will need to add product null will be equal to true, and let's run our migrations. Okay, and let's migrate our changes. Perfect. And now we have all our models. After that, we will create our views, forms, and our logic with the templates in the next video. Thank you for watching and see you in the next part. Well, hello again, and today we're going to create the absolute URL for our admin when he creates a category instance, and he will be redirected to that URL after successfully creating an instance from the category. But first of all, let's take a look at our slug here. So we want slug field to be unique, and we will create a script to create a unique slug. But first of all, let me give you an example. Let's say someone, the admin, create, let's say drinks, first category drinks, and the same category drinks too. So when someone will try to access the category drinks, our application will be won't know which drinks that he want to access. That's why we'll need to select to be unique, and to do that we will add a dash and the ID of that instance. For example, this drink ID will be 3 and this drink ID will be 4 or 5. That's how we're going to create a unique slug field. And to create a unique slug field, we will need the ID of the category, and we won't get the ID of the category until we save the category instance. So when the category instance will be in our database, that's how we're going to get access to the ID. Let's go to our views, and here on def form valid. So here in the class-based view, we have a function that calls form valid. So if the form is valid, then we want to do some changes. So here we'll just return super and include the form. And as I said, we want to get the ID of the instance that we've created. And to access the ID, we will need first of all to save the form. So let's create a variable called instance will be equal to form.save, and instance.slug will be equal to, and now we'll need to slugify the name. So what slugify do is making a slug out of strings. So let's say, for example, we have drink category. What slugify will do, it will turn this string to this type of string. So it will concatenate and change all the spaces between them with a dash. So now we'll need to slugify instance.name, and we want to concatenate that name with the ID of the instance. So let's remove spaces from here, and we want the instance.id, but the ID will be an integer, and we will need to convert it to a string. Okay. So here we will slugify the name and add the dash and the instance ID. And now let's just save our instance. Okay, this is how we're going to get our slug. This is nice. So let's go and test our application. Okay. Let's just create a test. And let's add a background image. And let's hit create. Okay, let's go to let's go to our admin. It seems that we've created too many vegetables. Let's take a look at test. As you can see here, we have a test dash and the ID of our instance. Here is 37, then here it will be 37 too. Okay, let's go back and create our list view to create the get absolute URL for our class-based view here. And to do that, let's go and create class category view, and the category view will extend the list view from Django class-based view, Django generics, and we need to import the list view, and let's extend it here. So the model will be the same here, category, and the template, we're going to create a new template. It's a list HTML for category. So here we'll use list.html. And here we don't need any fields because we will just call the data that we will need in the template. And by default, the class-based views for the list view will give us an object list in our context so that we can use it in our template. So let's go here and create a list.html, and we will just extend base.html, and here let's create block content. Okay. So here we will iterate through the object list that the class-based view will pass us. So this object list will have all the lists and instances of our categories. So let's create for loop object list, and let's just call the object's name, just to see how it will look like. Okay, and now we will need to add the category list to the admin. So list, let's import category. Okay, let's go back here, what we name it. Here it's category list. And let's go back to our URLs. So from views.category list.as view, we will add a name category list. Okay, this is nice. And now let's just go back to our models, and inside the get absolute URL, we'll add the URL of dashboard, category dashboard, and a category list. So after the user will create an instance, a slug will be added to that instance. It will be a unique slug because the ID will be unique, and we are concatenating the name and the ID to save it in the slug. And we are iterating all over our objects here. And we've created a get absolute URL to redirect the user to the category list after successfully creating an instance of the category. So let's just hit continue. Okay. So here they are all the categories that we've created. Let's go back here and see the slug of each category. So let's just put slug will be equal to
object.slug, and let's refresh. As you can see, the slug of each instance is unique. Okay. Now we've created our list view. Let's go back here, and in the update view, we want to add the same thing here because the name might change, and we want to change the slug with it. So let's just copy it and paste this. Okay. So here it will be the update view, not the category view. Let's go back and create a link for our update view. So let's just copy this, and here it will be update, and we will use integer ID, create category. Here it will be update category, and here we will use update. Okay. And let's go back here and category update. Let's update the ID 38. Okay, generic detailed view updates category must be called with either an objects pk or a slug in the URL conf. So here we will need to use the pk, not the ID, or a slug to our URL. And let's refresh. Okay, as you can see here, we have all the inputs and the data that we've already created. So let's go back to the update view. Here we have instance equal.form.save. Here, if you notice, we are saving our form twice because in the create view, we don't have the ID of our instance category. That's why we are saving it. Then we are getting it back to join it with the slug. And then after getting back the slug, we are going to save our instance once again. So here we have two save operations because we don't have any option to get the ID of the instance without first of all saving the instance. But here in the update view, the instance is already created, as you can see here, and it already has an ID. And we can get back that instance without saving the form. So the instance, we will get it from form.instance. This is how we're going to get our instance because it's already saved. And if that instance slug change, we want our slug to be changed too. I mean, if the instance name will change, let's just say here it will be vegetables. Let's change it to drinks. We don't want our slug to be vegetables dash 38. We want it to be drinks dash 38. So it will be dynamic, and we're going to save our instance. Okay, let's just hit create. Okay, here as you can see, drinks, the slug is drinks dash 38. Okay, now let's create our sub category. That means when the user wants to create a category under vegetables, he will need to create a subcategory, and to do that, we will add an ID to this subcategory. So here it will be int pk, and let's just create another view. So let's just name it create subcategory. And this view will have basically the same functionalities, fields, and the template as the first one. But in when we gonna save our form, we want to get back the ID, this ID that we've passed in the URL. So here we will create, for example, under drinks, we will create a Coca-Cola. So under drinks, that has an ID 38. We want to create a Coca-Cola as a child of the category drinks. And to do that, we will need to get the ID of drinks and assign it as a parent. If you remember, the category has a parent, and we want to assign the parent of the category with the ID that we've got back. And to do that, let's just go here under form valid. Here, create subcategory. So under form valid, we want instance dot parent will be equal to get back the ID, we'll just write self.quarks.get, and here we'll name the attribute that we've passed to our URL. So here we passed a PK. If we passed a slug, we'll just write a slug there. So here let's go back and okay. So instance.parent will be equal to self quarks.get pk. And let's go back to our URLs and rename the name of our view. So here it will be create subcategory, and here subcategory create. Okay, now after creating our subcategory, now we'll need to add an instance parent, and we will need to get the category instance. So here we will call category object dot get, and the ID will be equal to the int self quarks.get pk. So we'll get this pk from the URL parameters. Okay, let's go and try it out. So to access the subcategory, we'll need to get access create and slash the ID of that category. So here we'll have, for example, drinks with the ID 23. So let's go to our templates first of all, to the list. And here let's add another data. ID is object dot ID. Let's refresh. Okay. So for example, let's access the drinks with the ID 38, and we want to add a subcategory under under drinks. So here we will need to add create and 38. So now we are adding a subcategory under drinks. Let's name it, for example, Coca-Cola, and here let's put a test, and the background image, let's put a random image, and hit create. Okay, so we have the Coca-Cola with ID 52 and the slug Coca-Cola here with the ID -52. That's great. And now what we need to do is to access the detail for each category. For example, we want to access the drinks, and under the drinks we want to see all the subcategories of that category. So when we access the drinks, we will access we will see the list of, for example, for now we have only Coca-Cola, let's say we have Pepsi, Sprite, etc., etc. And now to do that, we will use some functions from Django and PTT that we have already installed. First of all, let's go to our views, and here let's create a function base views that we'll name it category detail, and it will have a request and an ID. Let's just put PK. So here in this view, we will access
we'll access an instance of a category, and this category will have a root, and under the root we will have the nodes. And we want also to include a path to this URL, to this category instance. For example, we want to add food, and under food there is drinks, and under drinks there is Coca-Cola. So the root is the food, and these are all the subcategories. And to do that, first let us get the root. So the root will be equal to the current category that we are selecting. So we'll use get object or 404. So if we don't find this object, we'll raise 404 object not found, and it will take the class name category, and the instance that we want to use is the PK that we want to get from the URL parameters. And now we will use the path. So the path we will use a Django MPTT method that is called get ancestors. So root dot get ancestors, and in this get ancestors we can include, if we want to include this category or not. For example, if we are under drinks, the get ancestors by default will get us only Coca-Cola. But if we say that we want to include self, then the get ancestors will get us the drink. Let's take an example from the food. So by default, get ancestors, if we are under food, it will get us drinks Coca-Cola. But if we include self, then it will get us food, drinks, and Coca-Cola. It will include the category that we are selected right now. And now we want to get all the children of this category. So category, let's just name it categories, will be equal to root dot get children, and in the get children we want to order them by name, dot order, okay, and dot order by name. And now let's create our context. In the context, we're gonna have the category and the path. So first of all, let's include the root. And now let's include the path. And later on, we will include the category. Okay, categories. So the categories will be equal to categories. And now let's return render. Let's import render from Django shortcuts. And it will have the request. And the template will be dashboard slash here. Let's create a new template. Let's name it detail. So this detail will extend base.html, and it will have a block content. Okay, let's go back to our views and add our templates. So under category, now we will add detail.html, and here we'll add our context. Okay, everything seems perfect. And now let's include a URL for this function for our view. So let's go here and here, and here we'll add the detail. We'll just remove the update here and call category detail. Let's remove all of these, and here let's name it category detail. Okay, let's refresh and access any of our ID. So here let's access the drinks. So the drinks have an ID of 38. And let's exit them. Okay, our template is empty. Let's go back to our detail.html, and here we want to access the path. We want to write our path exactly as I showed you, for example, food, drinks, and Coca-Cola. And to do that, we include the path, as you can see here, and the path is an iterable list. So we will iter in the path. So here we will create a list. So it will be a UL and an LI. And here let's iterate over this list. So first of all, we want to create our path that is categories. So these categories will be in every path. And now we want to get the children of these categories. So it will be something like this. We will put it under a link, and here foo dot name. Let's just replace the foo with node. Okay. So if you remember, we included here we included get ancestors. We include itself, so it will show us the current category that we are using. As you can see here, we are under categories drinks 23. Let's go and create a subcategory for the category 23. So let's see and take a look. So the category 23 has okay, let's go and create. So now we are under drinks. Let's create Sprite and choose a random image. Let's click on create. Okay, as you can see, Sprite has an ID 38. So let's go and create under the category 38. Let's check the detail. Okay, now we have, so Sprite is under categories, drinks, and Sprite. Now we've got the parents of our categories. Let's go and create a new subcategory under Sprite, just to get an idea. Okay, let's just name anything under Sprite. I don't know, test drink. Okay, so the test drink has an ID of 54. Let's go and check this. Okay, you can see now that test drink is under Sprite and Sprite is under drink 23. And drink 23 is under categories, that is included in all the categories views and templates. And now we want to get only the children of the category that we are selecting. For example, if we are under drinks, we want to get the direct categories under drinks. So the direct category under drinks are only Sprite, because test drink is a subcategory of Sprite and it is not a direct subcategory of drinks. And this is why we have included categories. So here let's display all our categories that we have. So let's loop all over our categories. So for here or foo in category, and let's put them in a p tag. So here it will be category dot name. Okay, let's refresh.
And we didn't have any category because we are in a test drink, and test drink doesn't have any subcategory. So let's just go under Sprite. So Sprite has a test drink under it. Okay, here is test drink, and here we can add, for example, a update and delete. So here they will be under a div. Okay, here we can update and delete this one. Perfect. And now we will add URLs to access these categories. So here we want to access the detail. For example, if we click on drink 23, we want to access the detail of this instance. And here to do that, we will include a URL. And the URL will be this one of category detail with a PK of that instance. So here we will include a dashboard, category dashboard, and category detail. So here we will use PK will be equal to, PK will be equal to node dot PK, primary key. Okay, let's refresh. And as you can see, now we can access all of these informations. And we want also to put this categories and subcategories in a link to access them and to see their subcategories. So here it will be the same URL as this. So we want to access the detail of these subcategories, and it will be category.pk, primary key, and category.name. Okay. So here, if we click on Sprite, we have test drink, and we click on test drink, we have the detail of that test drink. Okay, and now let's create a URL for the update view. So here be URL, and so here we'll have the update category update, and the PK will be equal to category dot primary key. Okay, let's refresh, and let's click on update. As you can see, here we are under update of that category. And later on, we'll create a delete pop-up that will ask us to confirm if we want to delete our view. And basically, this is it. We listed our categories, created them, updated them, and deleted them, and we've created a subcategories. Later on, we will jump to the brands. We will create our views for brands, and at the end, we will create our views for the products. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next tutorial. Okay, now we created all our models, and now let's create the views for our category, brand, product, and product images. But first of all, we'll need to create the views for the admin, where he can create and update and delete all these models. And to do that, let's just create an Python package with the URLs /dashboard, and only the admin can access these views. And to do that, let's first of all create our Python package, and let's name it dashboard. And here we'll create all our views. So at the end, when the admin want to access the create view, for example, for the category, he will need to type /dashboard /category /create. So the URLs of the category, brand, and the product will be all included inside the dashboard Python package. So let's create here our URLs. And let's import from Django.url. Let's import our path. And here we will include all the URLs of our application. We'll create another packages for a category. So we'll need to create a Python package, not just a folder with an init file inside of it. And we will create product and brand. Okay, and inside all of these packages that we've created, we'll include urls.py. So let's just copy and paste the one that we've created in the dashboard because it's empty. And we also need to create views.py for every applications. So these views will include the create, update, and delete views just for the admin to access them. Okay, and let's include the views in every model. Okay, this is great. And here, first of all, let's include the app name from Django 2.0 and up. Django requires us to include the app name inside the URLs. So let's name it dashboard, and let's just create URL patterns. Will be equal to. So as I said, here we will access the dashboard. So we will access dashboard and category. And inside the category, there will be URLs for dashboard category. And here there will be views for create or update or delete. Okay, and now let's create our views. So path. Here we'll need to include all the URLs for the category, brand, and the product. But to do that, we'll need to import the URLs of each of them and name it based on our need. So let's import from current category. Let's import URLs as let's name it category URL. Okay, and let's do that for product and brand. So here it will be brand and product, and here it will be a brand. So in the path, let's include the category first, and we will need to import the include from Django.urls. So here we'll use include, and let's include the URLs of the category URLs, and let's give it a namespace category dashboard. And let's do the same for the product and the brand. Okay, product. And here, let's give it a namespace of product dashboard and brand URL. And here, let's give it a name of brand dashboard. Well, this is great. Now let's go to our URLs and give them an app a name. Here it will be category dashboard. There's a typo here. Okay, and let's go to the brand URLs and create an app name for them. And at the end, we'll use our product URLs. So here it will be product dashboard, and we'll need to change it in the brand. Okay. So the app name should be equal to the namespace that we've used it in the include. Okay, let's just close all of this. As you can see here, we'll need to name our app name the same way that we've named our namespace. Okay, everything seems perfect. Now what we need to do is to include the dashboard URLs inside our application URLs. So let's just go to grocery shop, and here we'll need to add the dashboard URL. So dashboard, we'll need to include dashboard.urls, and let's give it a namespace of dashboard. Okay. So here it should be also the same. We've already named it app name dashboard. This is great. And now let's go to the category and create the views for the create, update, and delete views for our application. And we're going to use the class-based views instead of function-based views. So first of all, let's import from Django views generic. Let's import the create views. So from Django.views.generic import create view, and let's start and create our view. So class create category, and let's extend the create view. Okay. And now we will need to include the model, the template name, and the fields that we want to use. So from product.models import category. So we'll use the category model, and the template name will be here we're going to create a folder template, and we will include inside of the template a dashboard folder, and inside the dashboard folder there will be a create, update, delete view for the category, brand, and the product. So here we will include dashboard and category folder, and inside the category folder we want to include the create.html. Okay, and the fields that we want to include. So here we have two choices. Either we create a forms.py that we might create later on this tutorial based on our needs, or we will just use the field that we want to use from the category. So let's go to the category first of all and see what fields that we want to use. So inside the product, let's go to models and the category. So here the category, we have a name field that we want to create, and the slug field will be created automatically, so we don't need that. We will create a script to create a unique slug field, and the description, we want to set this value, the background image, and the parent will be set automatically. Let's say for example, we are under dashboard, create, and here we will have an ID, let's say 3. So here we will create a brand under this URL. We'll create a brand new category. But if we find that there is an ID here, we will assign that a new instance to the parent that is the category with an ID 3. And if we didn't find any ID here, then we will just create a category instance without a parent. So parent will be blank, and will be null. So this is all the fields that we're going to use. Now let's just go to our views in the category. Okay, and we'll do the exact same thing for the update view, update category, and here we won't use create view, we'll use the update view from Django.generic, but let's import it first. Okay, this seems great. Let's run our server and see if there is any error. Okay, so here we have an error, dashboard.category.urls. Okay, let's go and try to solve this error. So Django.core.exception, the include URL conf model dashboard category URLs from user. Okay, does not appear to have any pattern in it. If you see a valid pattern in the file, then issue is probably caused by circular import. So here we don't have any pattern inside our category. So let's just go to the dashboard. And here, well, let's comment this first because we won't use them now. Here we don't have any URL pattern to include, and let's create our URL patterns. And here we will use path and create. So let's just include the create first of all. Let's import from current import views, and here we want the create view, and we want it as view because we are not using the function-based views, but we are using the class-based views, so we will need to include this as view. And let's give it a name, not app name will be equal to category create. Okay, and let's refresh our server. So here we will have a typo, URL patterns. Okay, it's working perfectly. And now what we want to do is to create our here it's not the create view, it's the create category. Sorry for that. Now we will need to create our template folder. So let's create a folder and name it templates. So this folder is going to contain all our templates, and it's going to contain the structures for each app. So first of all, we need to create the dashboard folder, and this creates also our base.html. So we'll need to extend basically all the HTML folders. We will extend this base.html because it's going to have all our stylings and all our HTML structure, such as the navbar, the footer, and the style.css, the JavaScript, and the bootstrap, etc. So let's give it a title, grocery app. Okay, and let's create a block where all our content will live inside the body. So block content, and let's just close this block and block content. Okay, so let's go to our dashboard. In our dashboard there will be 3 folders, the category, and there will be product and the brand. So inside the category, we'll create our forms. Create.html. So here we'll need to extend our base. Extends base.html, and let's start and creating our content block. So block content and block content. And here we will include our form from our context that the class base use has returned. So the method will be post. And if you notice in the category, we have an image. So we will need to include encrypt multi-part form data. And we also will need to include our CSRF token. And now we'll render our form as a paragraph. So form as P. And at the end, we'll just create a button to submit our form. So it will be type submit. Well, everything seems to work perfectly. Let's go to our browser and check the dashboard category create. And as you can see here, the template does not exist at dashboard category create. And this is because our Django application doesn't know that we create a folder named templates where all our templates lives. And we will need to tell it inside our settings. And to do that, let's just go to our settings. So here, if you notice, there is a variable called base there. And if you read the comment, it says build path inside the project like this, or path.join base there. So this base there will we will join it with the name of our folder to tell our Django application where our the folder or the file that we want to use lives. So let's just copy it, and to tell Django where the template folder live, we will need to go under templates, and here we will tell Django that our templates live under as you see here, or as that path.join. So we are trying to build a path for our templates, and here let's just include the name of our folder, that is templates. Okay, and let's refresh our server. Okay, let's refresh right now, and it doesn't recognize it. Maybe we have a typo. Let's go and check. Okay, so here we have dashboard. Okay, we have a typo here. Let's refactor it and rename it dashboard. Okay. So we have an invalid block tag. Yeah, we have done some error here. So we don't need to use % to render our form. Sorry for that. Okay, now let's refresh. And here it is, our form of category. Now we can create our category. Let's create a name. So let's just name it vegetables and test description, and we will choose any picture. So let's just go to the desktop and click on create. And as you can see, we have an error. No URL redirects to either provide a URL or define get absolute URL method on the model. In the class-based views, we will need to include the URLs that we want to redirect the user to after the create or the update view has been successfully submitted. So either we have two choices. We will either include success URL inside our class-based views. So let's go to the dashboard category and views. Here we can include the success URL, and we'll use reverse lazy, or we can also include it in our category under the name of get absolute URL. So we'll just do it under category model in the get absolute URL. So product, models, and here let's create a method. Let's name it get absolute URL, and it will have self, and it will return a URL. So we will build our URLs with reverse lazy. And here we'll need to include the detailed view for our category view that we will create in the next video. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Hello backend, today we're going to create the views for our product and the brand the same way as we created the category create and update and list views for the admin. So let's go to our views, and here we will need to import the create view from django.views.generic. Let's import create view. Okay, and let's start and create our create brand. So the create brand will extend the create view, and it will have a model, so the model will be the brand. So let's import from product.models import brand, and we're going to use the model brand, and the template will be here. Let's create the create template for HTML. Okay, create, and we will use this template for creating our brand, and the template name will be on dashboard /brand /create.html, and the fields will be, let's go and check our brand model. So the brand model has a name, slug, and image. So the slug will be automatic, same way as we created the slug for our category, and we will use also an image. So let's go and add the name and the image to our fields, and let's create an array. The array will contain name and image. Okay, this is it. And def on form valid. Here we will create the slug for the brand, and to do that, let's save our form first. So form will be, let's name it instance, will be form.save, and instance.slug will be equal to slugify, and let's import slugify from Django utils text, and we will slugify instance.name, and let's add a dash and str of the ID of this instance. ID. Okay, and at the end we will just save the instance.save, and we'll return super save form valid, and let's include here the form. So this will be the same thing for the update view. Let's go here and change this to update, and it will extend the update view. So let's import it first, update view, and here, as I said, we won't need the form.save because we already have the instance and we can access it by typing form.instance. So here we can access to the instance of that we are selected, and here we will extend the update view, and let's change this to the name of our class-based view. Okay. So here the instance will be form.instance, and the slug will be the same as we've created it here, and then we will save our instance at the end. Okay, now let us create the list view for our brands. So here, let's name it list brand, and we don't want this. So and we don't want the fields, and here it will be list.html. So let's go to our brand and create a template. Let's name it list. Okay, perfect. So we have the create, update, and list. As you can see, it's really quick while using the class-based view to create a CRUD functionalities for our application. And let us include the views in our URLs and link them to our application. So let's create URL patterns. Okay, it will be equal to path. Will be equal to path, and we will have the create, update, and delete. So create. Let's import views from current, import views, and here it will be views dot create view dot as view, and here let's give it a name, create brand. Okay, let's just copy this. Okay, here it will be updates and list. Okay, in the updates we'll have a primary key as an integer. And let's update the views, and here it will be list. So let's change the name of our URL path. So here it will be update brand, and this one will be list brand. And if you remember, we'll need to also add the get absolute URL the same way that we've added it here in the category, so that our class-based view will be redirected to this URL after creating an instance successfully. And we want to redirect to dashboard. Okay, let's go back to our dashboard URLs. And here, let's get back our brand. So the brand has a namespace of a brand dashboard. Okay, let's go back to our model. So here it will be brand dashboard and create a brand. Okay. And now let's do the same thing for our products. And now let's create the product views. So let's go to product and views, and here let's just copy and paste the same views that we've created in the brand, and let's just change the model. So here it will be brand, it will be product. Okay, So here, let's just delete them all and replace them with product. Okay. What we will change here is the fields, because in the product we have different fields. So let's go to our product and see what we've got. So in the product we have a name, we have description, and we have the price. And after the price we have the weight, the SKU, the stock, brand, and the category. So these are the fields that we're going to need, and the slug will be created on form valid. So let's go back to our products models and paste our fields. It's really easy to create a crowd functionalities using the class-based views. As you can see, we just copied and pasted everything in the brand and reuse it in our product, and change just the fields and the template name. So in the template, let's go back and create our template for create product. So here it will be create, and we will have also list. Okay, perfect. Now let's just go to our brand here, and here we'll extend base.html, and let's add block content, and here we'll create our form. So method will be post, and in the brand we have an image field, so we will use encrypt multipart /form data to accept files. And let's add our CSRF token, and here let's render our form as a paragraph. So form as a paragraph, and let's create our submit button, or let's just name it create. Okay, everything seems good. Let's just copy this and go to our products in the create, and let's pass it. For the list, it will be the same. Let's extend base.html, and let's create our block content, and here content. Okay, and now let's create our for loop over the object list. So here let's just get the object dot name and the object dot image dot URL, and here let's put it inside an image tag, so emg.src. Let's put this one here. Okay, perfect. And let's put them inside a div just to separate between them. Okay, everything seems perfect. Now let's go to our products. So the product list will list all the products that we have, and let's extend our base.html, and inside the block let's create a content, and here we'll list all our products that will redirect us to the product edit. So if we click, for example, on a product title, it will redirect us to edit or delete the product or add images to that product. So let's create our for loop, for, and here it will be object list. And here let's get the product title. Okay, and now we want to iterate all over our product list. So we want to get object object.name. And here, when someone click on the object.name, we want to redirect it to the object edit, so he can update that instance. And to do that, we will need first of all to create the URLs for our admin to access the edit and list. So let's go under product URLs. So here, let's go into URLs, and first of all, let's import the views that we've created. Import views, and let's create our URL patterns. It will be equal to path, and we will have create. Then we'll include views dot create products as view, and we'll give it a name of, not an app name, name of product create. Okay, and we'll just copy and paste this. So here it will be update, and it will have an integer. We will pass a primary key as parameter, and here will be update products. Let's change the name to product update. Okay, and here we'll have list product, and here we'll name it product list. And also we'll need to create the get absolute URL for our product. So we'll need to go under model in products and create def get absolute URL. Okay, and we'll return reverse lazy, and you want dashboard category update. Okay, not category, sorry, it's products. Product. We didn't comment our product URL under grocery shop in the dashboard. So let's go back under dashboard URLs and comment the URL that we've created. So now we have the product dashboard. Let's go back to our models in the product, and here we'll have product dashboard. Then under the product dashboard we will include the product updates. Okay, now we have the get absolute URL for the product. Let's go to our template, and here we will include the URL of the updates products for the specific instance. So here we'll have URL, and here we'll include a dashboard, product dashboard, and product update. Then we'll need to include the primary key that we're going to use, and the primary key will be equal to the object that we are iterating over. So here we'll get the object.primary key. Okay, everything seems perfect. And there's one more thing under the dashboard. So the dashboard will have a right and a left side. So we will have on one side the navigation, where the admin can select, for example, can select a product, and he will get all the list of the products, or he can select categories and will be redirected to a list of categories. And it will be also a second section where the content will appear. So we will have a section 1 where the navigation and the links exist, and section 2 where the content of that page will be displayed. And all these models, the brand, category, and the product, will share the same structure. So they will share a static section that is the navigation section where the links exist, and the second section, it will be dynamic, where the content exists. For example, if we go under brand and the form will be dynamic based on the page we are selecting. And so those models will share the same structure. And to do that, instead of copying and pasting the the structures all over the pages, we'll just create a base.html and set inside the dashboard. So here, let's go and create a base.html. Okay, so this base.html will have a left and right section, but it will extend also from our base home.html, so this base, because it will share the same static files for the CSS and JavaScript. And to do that, let's first of all extend our base.html, and in the block content, here we will include our content that we want to use. So there will be a main. So this main will be a container for our two sections, and it will have an ID. So the ID will name it dashboard, and let's create a first section and the second section. So this first section will be named navigation, and it will have a different links. So here, let's say products, categories, and products, categories, brand, and orders. And when the admin will click on one of these URLs, it will be redirected to a list of, for example, if he click on the link product, it will be redirected to a list of products, and that list will be on the second section. So here we will name it dashboard content, where all the content will live. And let's create a block of dash content. So this part will be dynamic and this part will be static. So let's go to our category here, and let's go to the create. And here we will extend dashboard/base.html, and here under dash content we will include this content, and we will extend the navigation sidebar. Okay, let's go to our browser and see how it looks like. Okay, as you can see here, we have the URLs that we've created in our base dashboard, and here we have our form that is dynamic. So let's extend the dashboard base.html all over our templates that we've created. So here it will be dashboard. And let's just copy and paste all of these. So here, product. And let's do the same for the brand. Okay. And let's go to our base here and change the URLs. So here we will have URL of a dashboard, product dashboard, and we will use the product list. And here we will use the product, not the products. We will use the category dashboard and category list. Okay, and here we'll use a brand dashboard and list the brand. Okay, and the orders we will create them later on. So let's just refresh and let's click on products. Okay, generic detail view, list product must be called with either an object PK or Slack. So let's go back to our product list view. Okay, object name. Okay. Well, I guess that we made a mistake under the product. So let's go to URLs, and here we have a list product. So here we should change it to list view to extend it from the list view, not the update view. Okay, let's check the brand if we done the same thing. Here we will need to include list view, not the update view. Okay, should be careful when copying and pasting these class-based views. You should change them based on the views that you are using. Okay, let's refresh, and yes, we don't have any product instances. So let's go back and let's try brand. Okay, we have a Coca-Cola brand with an image. So the image is not displaying because we need to make a configuration in our settings files that we're going to do it later on. Okay, great. Now let's add category and add brand, add a product inside our list. So here, for example, when someone will access these views, we will add a link and let's call it. Okay, it will be a URL and a dashboard for product list. No, we need a product create. Okay, and here we will name it create product. Okay, let's just copy this and go to our category. So here it will be dash content, and here let's make it category, and we want to create category. Okay, and let's go to our brand. So here inside a brand, here it will be dash content, and you want to include the link for creating a brand. Okay, this one, let's remove all of this, and here let's rename it to create brand. Okay, let's refresh, and here as you can see we have to create a brand. Okay, create view is missing a query set. Define create view.model, create view query set, or override create view query set. So let's go back to our brand view and see what is going on. Okay, in the create brand we have a create view. So let's go back to our URLs. Here we should include the create a brand. We included the create view. It is Django based generic views, not the views that we've created. So let's refresh and see. Okay, this is perfect. Okay, we need to extend the dashboard base.html all over our template. So let's go and add it to the list views and inside the URL views also. So let's just copy this and paste it here. Okay. And let's refresh. Okay, we have our navigation and we have the content that is dynamic. So let's go to products. We don't have any products, and we can click on create product. And here, as you can see, we have the brand and the category. Here, let's just rename the brand and get the name of the brand when listing the brands. So let's go under products models, and let's go under brand and def under str, and we want to get back self.name. Okay, and let's refresh and see. Okay, so the brand we have a Coca-Cola. Okay, now we can access the categories and we can access the brands. The orders we don't have a link yet. We will create it later on. So inside every list, we want to include a link where the admin can click on it and update an instance. So let's go under first of all the category, and let's go under list, and here we will use the name of that category. We will remove the ID and slug. So here let's put it inside an href. So here the href will be, and here we want to get back the URL of the update instance. So URL will be equal to dashboard, category dashboard, and category update. And the primary key will be equal to object.primary key. And let's put all of these inside a div just to make them be displayed a block. So div, and let's just pass this, and let's refresh. Okay, if we click on vegetables, now we are under vegetables update. We can navigate to products. We can create a product, categories. Okay, we are under update categories, brand. We can create a brand. This is nice. And let's just create a product for a test. So test product. Let's give it a test. Price, it will be $3.99. Weight, let's put 30 kilogram. And SKU, let's just create a normal SKU. Stock, let's just put 100. And the brand, let's make it Coca-Cola. And the category, we want it under, let's say Sprite. And let's click on create. Okay. Reverse for product updates with no argument, not found, dashboard. Okay. We will go to our product models. So here we should redirect it to a product list, not the product update. Okay, let's create again. Products with SKU already exists. Okay, we already have an instance with the SKU. Let's just rename it to another one and click on create. And here we are, we have our test product. We've created it twice because the first one failed. Let's put it under a div. Okay, and let's refresh. Okay, we have test products. We can access our test products and we can go back and we can rename them, changing the category, changing the brand, and updating every instance in there. Okay, this seems perfect. Now we'll need to create the detailed view for the user so they can see and get the information of their products with their informations, category, description, and images. And we will do that in the next tutorial. Thank you for watching and see you later. Well, hello again and welcome to this new part from our tutorial. Today we're going to create the list view for our products and the details view for the products, where the user can see all the list of the products with a pagination, and also can check the detail of that product. But first of all, if you noticed, we can access the dashboard even if we are not a user. Even if we are not an admin or a staff for this application. As you can see here, we are not logged in. So let's go and try and go to the admin. We are not logged in with Django administration. That means that we are under an anonymous user, and we don't want to access this page. We only want the admin to create, update, and delete these instances and access the dashboard views. And to do that, we need to add a restriction to these views. So we're going to create a decorator, and this decorator will give a permission depends on the user
the user status, if it's a super user or if it's staff, then the user can access these views, else he will be redirected to the home page. Okay, let's go and create a file. Let's name it decorators. So here we'll create our decorator, but first of all we'll need to import HTTP response redirect, so that we can redirect the user if he is not a super user or a staff. So from Django.http import HTTP response redirect. Okay, and now let's create our decorator. Let's name it user dashboard permission, and it's going to have a function as a parameter. So let's name it view function. And now let's create our wrapper function where our logic will be executed before we go and send the request to our view. So def wrapper function, it will have a request and it will have args and quarks. Okay, and now let's create our logic with an if statement. So if request dot user, so here we are getting the user in the current request, and see if it is a super user or if it is a staff. So if request dot user is staff, or request dot user dot is super user, then here we want to return our view. So we will return our view function with the parameters, with the request and args and the quarks. Else we want to return an HTTP response redirection to the home. So here let's just write slash. For now we don't have the app name and the URL namespace for our homepage. We will create it later on and we will change it here. So the slash will redirect to the homepage right now. And at the end we want to return our wrapper function. Okay, seems good. Okay, and now what we want to do, we want to add this decorator to our URLs. So when someone will access, for example, the category, he will pass first of all by the decorator and execute the permission and see if it is a super user or staff, then he can access as he will be redirected. So here let's import our decorator that we've created. So from decorators, so this one, our import, how we name it, user dashboard permission. Okay, let's import user dashboard decorators. Okay, now let's use it here and wrap our view inside our decorator. So here we'll call user dashboard permission and we will pass our view function and execute our logic. Okay, let's try it. We tried it on create subcategories. So now let's go on categories, vegetables. Let's try and create a subcategory under this vegetables. So let's type create under 33. So here we are creating a subcategory. Okay, now we are redirected to the home page. As you can see,
And let's just copy and paste this for all the views for the category. Okay, I'm gonna close the parentheses a little bit. Okay. So the decorator is basically a function that takes another function and handle the logic based on your needs, and then will return the function that you've requested. Okay, and now let's try and go to the categories. Now we are under products. Let's click on categories. We are redirected. That is perfect. Now we cannot access any of these views unless we are logged in as a super user. So let's try and log in as a super user. Okay, now we are logged in, and let's go back. Let's click on category. Now we can access the category. We can create, we can update, delete, and do all the stuff in the dashboard. Great, and now we have included in the categories, and we will need to include it in the brand and the product for the dashboard. So here, let's import our decorators. Import, how we name it, let's just copy it, and let's use it over here. So let's copy this. And let's close the parentheses. Okay, it's under the products URL. So let's go and try the products. So as you can see, now we are logged in as admin, and we can access the products, we can access the update. And let's log out and try again, and now we are redirected. Great. Let's do the same thing for the brand. Let's go under brand URLs, and let's import our decorator that we've created, and let's use it over here. So views, let's put them here. And if you want to create any other logic, or you want to restrict permission, you can create your decorator and create your logic over there. So here we've created our logic based on our needs. We only want the staff and the super user to access the view. And if you want to add anything, you can access it from here and do your logic based on the needs of your application. Okay, and now let's go back and log in again. Okay, let's go to dashboard and product and lists. Okay, now we are under product list, categories, and brands. So let's try a brand. As you can see, we can access it on the admin, but we cannot access it if we are an anonymous user, or if you are not a staff or a super user. That's perfect. Now let's go and create the list view for our products. So let's go under our products and views. So here we will create our views. But first of all, let me explain you how the structure will be for the URLs. So the URL will be something like this: product and category. So under this URL, we will list all the products under that category. So here it will be the slug for that category. For example, here it will be vegetables. So the view will return us all the products under vegetables. And even their subcategories. For example, if we are here under drinks, if you remember, drinks have subcategories such as Coca-Cola, Sprite, etc. And if we are under here, for example, drinks, and there is a product that has category Coca-Cola, it will be displayed under drinks too, because drinks is their parents. So drinks contains all the products of that subcategory. And we will have also slash product and slug of the product. So this view will be for the detail of our product. So basically we'll need just two URLs, one for the list on the categories and one for the products. So let's go and create our views. We will use also a class-based views. So let's import first of all our list and detail view from our Django generic views. So from Django.views.generic, let's import list view and let's import the detail view. So we'll create class detail product, and it will extend the detail view, and here we'll use our model. It will be the product, so let's import our model. So from current models, let's import the product, and here let's import also the other category, and that's it. We just need the category. So detail products will be the model will be product, and let's create a template name, and let's give it product slash detail.html. So let's go under our templates and create another folder. Let's name it product. If you remember, we've already created a product here, but this product template is for the dashboard, so we cannot use it for the user. We only use it for the dashboard. And here under the products, let's create our HTML detail.html. So this one will extend base.html and will have a block content. Okay, and now let's just give it an h1 and return the object dot name. Great, now let's create the URL of our product. So let's go under product URLs, and from Django.urls, let's import the path. Okay, now let's create an app name. So our app name will be products. And now let's create our URL patterns. So our URL patterns will be path, and here we will use an str. The str will contains a slug, so this slug will be for the detail of the product. And here we will import our views from the current folder. So from the current folder, import, we want to import the detail product. So let's use the detail product and make it as view, and let's give it a name of, not the app name of detail. Let's put it in lowercase, detail product. Okay, great. Let's give it some spaces there, and let's include the product URL under our project URL. So let's go under URLs here, and let's use products. So products, here let's use products, and here let's use products too. Okay, we had the same app name. That's great. Let's go and test it. So see what it will return. So let's go and log into our admin and see the product that we've created. So let's go under products, and we created test product with this slug. So let's go and test it. So slash. Okay, as you can see, it returned the title of this product, and we can access pretty much all the information of this product. Let's try and access, for example, the price. And if you remember, the class-based view is including the object in the context for the object that we are using. So we don't have to include it in our context, such in the class-based views. We only need to use the object and dot the feed that we want to access. So here let's use the SQ, and we want, so let's just put description, weight, okay, and let's refresh. Okay, seems perfect. What we have also, we have the stock, the brand, and the category. So category and brand, as you can see, we have all the information of the product that we've selected. Now let's go and create the list view for our product. So let's go under product URLs and under views, and let's create our list product, and let's extend the list view. We don't want to add restriction to these views because we want everyone to select select and see all these products, so we don't have to add any decorators. And here let's put model, and the model will be product, and the template name will use a product/list.html. Okay, great. And let's create our template. Let's go under product and list, and it will extend the base.html. And here let's have a block content. Okay, and if you remember, the class-based view pass us under the list view pass us the object list that we need to iterate with the for loop. So for object in object list, so object. So for object in object list, we want to have the object dot name, and one moment, so here we'll add a link where we can access the object details. So here let's just put an h5. This is just for an example. Later on we will modify all the stylings and make it look much better. So here we'll add an SQ, and let's put the price here, object dot price, and let's make it USD. Okay, so here we want to access the detailed view of the product. So we will use product detail product, and we will use for slug the product slug. So it will be object dot slug. Okay, let's go and try our views. But first of all, we want to filter the list of the categories. That means that here we don't want to list the views based on all the products, but we want to filter them based on the categories. So the list view will have a slug field. As I mentioned, the list view will be something like this: products and vegetables. So under this, the only vegetables will appear under this category. So here let's make it category, and it will be something like this. And here let's import the list product. So here it will be list products, list product as view, and here list product. So here by default it will list all the products that we have. Let's go and try it. So here let's use category. As you can see here, we have all the product that we've created, but no, we don't want that. We only want the product of a specific category. And to do that, we will need to modify the query sets that we are passing. So here we are passing the query sets. We are selecting a product, the object, the all, and we don't want that. We only want to filter the product that has a category with the same slug that we are getting from the URL. So to do that, let's go under get query set. Sorry. So here, get query set, and let's return super. Okay. So here we'll need to modify our query set, and let's create a variable. Let's call it QS. That means query set. And here we want to modify it, and we want to return only the filter with the categories. So dot filter. So here let's get our category instance to filter all the products under the category. Let me first of all give you a small example. Let's say we are under, for example, slash product slash category slash drink. Okay, I'm gonna give you 3 examples. So here we are under Coca-Cola -12, and we are under Sprite -14. So here drink will be dash, for example, 9. Okay. Let's just leave it blank here to give you a clear example. So here, if we are under products category Coca-Cola -12, that means we want to filter all the products that has a category Coca-Cola, and we want to display them on a list. So let's take, for example, an instance of Coca-Cola. Let's name it, let's give a product, Coca-Cola, 1 liter. It's a category, it's going to be this one, the category Coca-Cola. The same thing for Sprite. So here let's name it Sprite, 1 liter, and its category will be Sprite -14. So on this link, we want to get all the products under this category. Let's put here 0.5, for example. And we want to get all the products under this category. Even for Coca-Cola, we want to get all the products under this category. But what if we are under drinks? We want also to get all the products under that category and under their subcategory, because Coca-Cola has a parent drink. Even Sprite has a parent drink, parent's category drink. Then when we enter on drink, we want to get the Coca-Cola and the Sprite instances products. So let's make it clear once again. If we are under products category drinks, we want to get all the products under that category and under that subcategory. So the subcategory of drinks are Coca-Cola and Sprite. We also want their products. And if we are under a specific category, the same thing will happen. It will get the product that has this category and that has the subcategories of that category. Okay, let's remove all of these. And here, let's first of all get our category instance. So we want to get object or 404. Let's import it. And the model will be category that we've imported from our category, and the instance will be a slug that we want to get it from our URL. So to get any parameters from the URL in the class-based views, we will use self.quarks.get and the name of that parameter. So we want to get the slug parameter, and this is how we gonna do it. Okay, great. And now we want to filter the categories and the descendants of this category. So here we are checking if the category exists. If not, we return a 404. And here we want to get all the list of the categories descendants, including itself. So categories will be equal to category. So the category extends an MPTT model, so it has a method called getDescendants. And the get descendants will include in it the include self to be true. So under the category get descendants, we want to include this category, and in the filter, this get descendants will get us a list of this category and its children. So if we are under drinks, we will get drinks, Coca-Cola, and Sprite. And here we want to filter the products with these categories. And to do that, let's make it. Let's filter here based on categories and in a list. So -n will search inside a list of instances, or a list of any kind of data. Let's try, for example, let's go under one of our products. Let's go to the categories, and we want to get all the products under Sprite. So we need to use this slug. Okay, let's use this slug. So category has no attribute, get descendants. So maybe we made a typo here. We forget an S. Okay. And let's refresh. Okay. So here cannot reserve category in. Okay, and here let's make it category in. So we want to search inside the list of categories, and let's run our server. Okay, and we are under drinks. So if you remember, let's go to one of our products. Let's go on this product. Let's open them both. So this product is under the category Sprite, and this product, let's make it under test drink. So let's make it under Coca-Cola. Okay, and Coca-Cola and Sprite are both under drinks. So if we go under category, and let's go under Sprite and Coca-Cola, as you can see, they have a parent drink 24, drink 24. And let's go and get back the drink 24 slug to filter our product. So here we will have products, and let's use drink 24-38. So let's click. As you can see, we are getting back our products even if they are under Coca-Cola. Let's go and try to get the Coca-Cola product. So let's copy the slug, and we are only getting one product. And we can enter here and see the detail of that product. So let's go and try again for the Sprite, just to make sure. Okay, and /Sprite 53, and now we are getting the second product. So this is great. So this is great, and now we want to add a pagination for our list. That means if there are multiple products, let's say more than 10 products in our view, we want to create a pagination. We don't want them to appear, all of them, in the same view. So let's go and create here a pagination. And to do that, we just need to create paginated, and here the number of the product that we want them to appear in one view. So let's just make it 1, for example, and here let's go under drinks. So here it was 2 products, now it's 1. Let's make it 2, just to understand better the example. Okay, now we only have 2 under our view. If we are, for example, have 10, then we will need to make it, for example, here 5, and we will have 2 pages. Okay, let's make it 1. And here to access the second page, we will just need to add a page equal to 2. By default, the page is number 1. And just make a page 4. As you can see, the page 4 doesn't exist. Okay, and to create a paginator here in our HTML, we will need to include and write some extra HTML. So by default, our class-based view will return the object list, as we mentioned earlier. So let's create our pagination, and to do that, the class-based view by default return for us a variable called is paginated, and we want only to show the pagination if is paginated is true. So here if is paginated. So if paginated is true, then we want to get the current page counter, and we want to get a link for the next and the previous URL. So first of all, let's check if the page object that we are in has a previous. That means if the page that we are visiting has a previous page, and then we will check if it has a next page. So if page dash object has now we want to check for the previous. So if this is true, then we want to get to the next page by clicking on that link. So here we will name it just previous, or we can just put this sign, the previous sign, or any other icon that is mentioned in the go back or the previous. And here to get the URL, we will need to include slash page without the slash. So page. Here we are included it as a get parameter. If you can see here, we want to get this, and this number will be dynamic. This is the number of the page, this one. And to get the ID of the previous page, we will need just to call page dash obj and the previous page number. So previous page number. Okay, let's go back in the second page. As you can see here, we have a previous, and we are back to our previous page. So let's do the same thing for our next page, and here we have another parameters called another method called has a next, and we want to get the next page ID too. So here it will be next and next. Okay, let's refresh. And as you can see, we have next. We are at the end of the page. We don't have page read. That's why we don't have the next URL. So previous and next. That is good. And now we want to get the current page that we are selecting. So it will be just a span. And here let's get the page. So page will be equal to page obj number. So page obj dot number, and we want to get the total number of our pages, so the user can know how many pages are there. And to do that, we will need just to use page object and a paginator dot number of pages. So page obj dot paginator and num of pages. Okay, let's refresh. As you can see, we are under the second page of 2 pages. Now we are under the first page of 2 pages. So this is how the pagination works. I hope that you've learned a lot from this tutorial. If you have any question, leave it in the comments. Thank you for watching. In the next video, we'll create the checkout view where the user can add a product to his shopping cart and can delete or update the quantity and pass an order. Well, see you later in the next video. Thank you for watching. Well, hello again and welcome to this new part from our tutorial. Today we're going to create the product image view where the admin can assign and upload an image to a specific product. But before doing that, let's take a look at our product model and trying to understand what we're going to build. So here we have an image field where the admin will upload his image file, and we have a product field. It's a foreign key to a specific product. So each image has a foreign key for a specific product, and a product can have multiple images. And this attribute alt is for describing the image. It is for an SEO purposes. So for example, let's say if you search in Google for vegetables or Coca-Cola, and you go under images, your product image will appear there based on the alt attribute that you've created. And one more thing, if the image is not loading, let's say for a bad connection or a bad internet, the alt image will be displayed there for the user so he can know what this image is for. Okay, now we will go and create our view for the admin so that he can upload and create an image for specific products. So the image will be under products, dashboard products, and the URL will be something like this. So we'll have dashboard /products/ and here we'll get the ID of the product. Let's see, it's 43, and here it will be create image. So this is where we're going to upload our image. And let's create our view for creating an image. And let's name it div create image. So this create image will have a request from the admin. And we will have as an attribute the primary key. And here we want, first of all, to check if the specific products with this primary key exist or not. And to do that, let's create a variable. Let's call it products because we're going to reuse it later on. And we want to use the get object or 404 from Django shortcuts. So if the product exists, it will return us the product instance. If not, it will redirect us to a 404 page. So get object or 404. Let's import it first from Django.shortcut, import get object or 404, and the get object or 404 will get the model that is a product and the primary key that we will get it from our attribute here. And now we want to create the form for our product image. So our product image will have a form that we're going to display it in the create image view. So let's go under products, under dashboard, products and forms. And here let's create our product image form. So first of all, let's import from Django.forms import form. Or let's just import forms from Django, and here we'll create our product image form. It will be a model form from product image, so it will be class product image form, and it will extend forms.model form. Okay, and we'll have class meta. So the model will be equal to product image. And let's import it from product.models, import product image. And the fields we want to exclude the products because we don't want the admin to manually select the products. We want to get it from the form key, as we said. For example, if the admin is on a specific URL, let's say /products 44 image create. And we want to get automatically that product from this ID. We don't want the admin to manually select the ID or the instance of that product. So we'll exclude the product. Okay. Great. Now let's go back to our view, and here we will use our form. So form will be equal to, let's import it first from current forms. We want to import a product image form, and here we will get our product image form, and we want it to get the request.post and the request.files because we are uploading files. And Django stored the files in request.files. So products image form will be equal to request.post and request.files. Okay, great. And now we want to check if the form is valid. So if the form is valid, then we will save the form. So here we'll use an AJAX request, and we're only gonna accept requests using AJAX because we're going to use a library called dropzone.js in our view. And let's go and create a JSON response to return it back if the form is valid. So here, let's put return JSON response, and let's import it from Django.http, and the JSON response will get a dictionary of data, and here, let's put let's name it message product image successfully created, and our status is going to be 200, else we will return an error. So arrows. Here the message will be 400. And let's return error message. Error as, or let's return our errors from our form. So let's just call form.errors. Okay. Now I would like to assign this form to a product. So here, before saving it, let's make it commit to false. So here, let's name it object, and we want the object dot product will be equal to product, and product object dot alt. Here we are pre-saving our image form, and we are assigning our form to product and to alt. So the alt will be by default will be equal to the product's title. So here, let's get the name of that product, and at the end we will save our instance. It's perfect. And now let's go to our URLs and create our view for uploading our image. So here, let's name it. So it will be a primary key of type int, integer, and here it will be create image. And from views, we want to get the create image function. Okay, this is good. So here, this is the URL where we're going to upload our images, but we want to list them first. For example, I want the admin to go under dashboard product 43 images. So here, the admin will go under this URL, and all the images of that product will be displayed there. And he can upload an image from that view directly using AJAX and processing that request to the create image. And I'll explain you later on how we're going to do it. But first of all, let's create our product image list. First of all, so it will be class product image list. And it will extend the list view from our class-based view. So it will extend the class view, the list view, and the model will be product image. Let's import it from product.models. So it's already imported here. Okay, let's remove it from here. Good. Let's put some spaces. And respects the pub8 format for spacing. And here, let's give it a template name of dashboard product and list images .html. So let's go in our template under product, and let's create our template. And it's not Python file, HTML file. So let's name it list image. Okay, let's add it to our GitHub. And here we want to extend the dashboard base.html. And here we want to get the block dash content, where we're going to get our list of our product images. and here we're going to also put the form for uploading our images. So in this view, we will have two things. We will list all the project's images, and we will also upload our images directly from here. Okay, this is perfect. And now let's iterate over the object list from our class-based view. So for object list, and we want to get our images here. So we will put this on under an image tag. Sorry, not URL. It's object dot. Here we want to get the image file that we've uploaded. So here we'll have the image file dot image, and under the image file we want to get the URL of that image. So we want to get where the image URL has been uploaded. So to do that, we will just need to mention URL, and here under the alt we want to get the image alt. So object dot alt. Great. And before doing anything to display our images, we will need to first to do some configuration under our settings to display our static and our media files. So let's go under settings. Okay, and now we'll need to tell our Django application where our static files and media files lives. So here we'll add the settings for our static files, CSS, JavaScript, and images. And here we'll have the static URLs. So our static files will be accessed from this URL /static. And here we'll need also to include the static root and the media URL and the static file directory and the media root. So let's create first of all our static root because we're going to use it later on to tell Django application where our static files lives. So we'll create static root will be equal to os.path.join base directory, and we'll name it static files. So let's put it static files in lowercase. So here, if you remember, to tell Django where our specific folder lives, we only use os.path.join base directory, and the name of that directory, it is included here on this comment. So here we'll build a path inside the project like this. Okay. And we created our static root, static URL. Now we will need to include our static folders where we're going to collect our static files. So if we create a command collect static, then they will be stored under that specific folder. So here it will be static files directory, and we will build our URL os.path.join, and we'll use our base directory, and we will name our folder static. Okay, and now let's go and jump to our media file. So the media file will need to, the media folder will need to a media URL. So, and this media folder will store our, and the media will store all our images. So the media URL will be equal to lowercase media, and it will need a media root where we tell our Django application the path of our folder. So media root will be equal to os.path.join base directory, and we will name it media. Okay, great. And this is it for our settings. Now let's go to our URLs. So here we will need to serve our static and media files only if we are under a development mode. So if Django debug is true. So here we want to check if Django debug is true, and we will turn it off in the production. We're only gonna use that under development mode, because in production we don't want Django to serve our static files. We want to serve them from another server that store these files, such as AWS S3. And now let's include our URLs and link them to URL patterns only if we are under a development mode. And to do that, we will need to check if the debug is true. So if settings, let's import settings first. So from current, we want to import settings. So if settings dot debug, so if that is true, then we want to add to our URL pattern another URL for static files. So here we will use the static. Let's import it from django.conf URL static. So from django.conf .urls .static, let's import static, and let's use it here to serve our static files. So static will be equal will include settings dot static URL that we've built it in our settings files, and we will use the document root will be equal to settings dot static root. Okay, and let's copy that and do the same thing for our media URL. So here we will use our media URL and media URL, and here we'll use our media root. Okay, everything seems good. So let's go and check again. So we are under products. Here we will have the create view for our products image. We forget to include the list view for our products image list. So let's go here under this URL. Let's name it list images. So here list products image list and product image list. Okay, and one more thing, let's go under our product and form. Here we will we can add the product to our specific image. Everything seems great. Now let's go and let's go and run our server just to see if there is any error. Okay, and we are logged in as an admin. Okay, this is great. Let's go now under dashboard, product, and how we name it, list images. So here Okay, we don't currently have any images yet. Let's inspect the element and see if there is any other element here. As you can see, we don't have any image instance, and we'll need to create a product image. So let's use this ID too, and as we said, we will create and upload our images under the image list. So let's go under products image list. So here we'll need to include our form, our image form in the context data. So def context data, and to get the context that has been already there, we will need to call super, and here let's write quarks, and we will return the context. But in this context, we want to add another thing that is the product image form. Okay. And here, let's name our context form. And let's go to our list images. And here we want to include our form. So form action, it will be URL, dashboard, and product, and create image. So we'll need to send a request to create image view, and the create image has a primary key attribute where we can where we should put the ID of the product, and to get the ID we either get it from our request and send it to our context, or we just can have it in our templates. So let's just put it here in our context just to practice more on the class-based view context. And let's just name it product ID. And to get any data from the attribute in our URL, we just need to get self.quarks.get and the name of our attribute. So here we want to get the primary key from our URLs. And let's go back to our list image, and here the primary key will be equal to the product ID. Okay, and the method will be post, and we are uploading images, so we will need to include encrypt multipart/form data. And here we will need also to include our CSRF token, and let's put our form as a paragraph and a button to submit or to upload our image. Okay, let's go here under URLs. So to access the list image, let's go under here we forgot to add a primary key, so we'll need to list an image for a specific product. As you can see here, for example, we want to list the images for the product with the ID of 2. And to do that, we will need to filter our product images, and let's here give it an ID or a primary key. So the URL of product image list will be the ID of that product, for example here /2, and list images. But here we will need to filter out the products for the images for the specific product, and to do that we will need to filter them on our query set. So we'll need to get our query set and return super query set, and here let's filter. Okay, to filter out the products for the images for the specific products, we will need to get the primary key from our URL, and we already got it here. So here, let's make it an ID. We want to filter ID for the product ID will be equal to self course gets primary key. So here what we are doing, we are filtering out only the images with the product ID that we are getting from the URL. Okay, and let's go and check this URL. So it will be 2. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. And we forget to exclude the alt attribute. We are assigning it automatically from our create image. Here we are assigning the object alt the same as the product image. And to exclude this, we need to go under forms and exclude. Here we need to include the alt. Okay, let's refresh. Perfect. And as I said, we're going to use a library called dropzone.js to upload our files. And this dropzone.js will allow us to drag and drop files and upload multiple files directly using AJAX. And the installation will need to include our JS file and CSS files. So let's go here and try it out. Try this library. Just drag. Okay. As you can see here, we uploaded an image successfully, and here they are all the information of that specific product. Okay. And the installation, you probably only need to look at a simple example source to get started. Okay, let's just click on that. So here they are importing the JS file and CSS file. Okay, let's just copy them and go under our dashboard templates, so all these images, and here, okay. Let's go under our base. Okay, and here we want to include a block for our JavaScript files. So block.js. So here, if we have an extra JavaScript scripts, we can only we can use them here. It depends on a specific page. For example, if you want a specific JavaScript for a specific page, we will need just to include it under block.js. And we also going to use the Bootstrap and jQuery. So let's just import them all before importing any other library, because we are going to use them later on for displaying a slider to our images. Okay, now we've included our jQuery. Okay, and to include our Bootstrap, here let's use our bootstrap.css. Okay, and bootstrap.javascript. Okay, this is great. And now let's include our CSS and JavaScript for dropzone.js, but we will only include them under our static, so they will be included here, the block static. Okay, now let's get our static CSS and JavaScript. Okay, and block JS. Did we name it JS? Let's take a look. Yeah, we named it JS. And here we want to include the dropzone.js. Okay, let's refresh and take a look at our source code. Okay, here we have our dropzone.js under the jQuery and Bootstrap. If you notice here, we have our jQuery and we have our Bootstrap CDN and we have our specific dropzone.js that we only want to include this on this page. So for example, if we go under another page, let's go under categories and let's view page source. Here, as you can see, there is no dropzone.js. We only include it in our image upload view. Okay, this is good. And let's go back to our dropzone.js and take a look what we should include to activate and initialize our form. So here the user will have the action where we want to submit our files, where we want to upload them, and class dropzone, and the ID also dropzone. Okay. And that's it. Dropzone will find form elements with the class dropzone. So we'll need to include the class dropzone to activate our dropzone. And let's go here under form and put class dropzone. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, as you can see, we have our dropzone field. Okay, so that's it. Dropzone will find form elements with class dropzone automatically attached to itself and upload files dropped into the specified action attribute. The upload files can be handled just as if there would have been an HTML input like this. So we can have our input just like this. Okay, and now we will need to add the parameter name to our init dropzone and replace it with image. And to do that, we will need to initialize our dropzone with a param name equal to image. So here is the name that will be used to transfer the file. In our Django app, we have the field name image and not file, but here we are not using any ID, we are using the class. So to use the class, we will need just to create a new dropzone. Okay, to create a new dropzone, by default the dropzone script will attach a dropzone to our DOM, and to prevent that and reinitialize it, we will need to include a dropzone.autodiscover to false. So here disabling .autodiscover, otherwise dropzone will try to attach twice. This example uses jQuery. It creates the dropzone only when the DOM has loaded. Okay, so let's first disable the autodiscover. And let's init our dropzone element and give it the param name that we want. Okay, let's remove all the comments. And here we're going to use our class .dropZone. And here we like to initialize our dropzone with a param name. So name, okay, and here it will be an image. Okay, and now let's go and try our application. Okay, let's go under desktop. Okay, and our image has been uploaded successfully. If we refresh, we can see it over here. And let's try another picture. Okay, we can upload multiple picture together. This is perfect. And if we refresh, we can see all our images. That is good. Now let's go to our product details. So here under details, we want to display all our images in carousel. And to include a simple carousel, we will go to Bootstrap. But first of all, let's visit some of our products. Okay, here we are under product list categories. And here we are in a product detail. Okay, now let's go to Bootstrap and under components, let's go to carousel and we want to use this carousel. So let's just copy this. Here we will include the image source that we are using from our image. Okay, and let's pass this. And let's remove all of these except the first one. And here we want to loop over our images. So here let's just name it image in object. Let's go back to our model. So here we have a foreign key of a product inside the product's image. So we can read it like this. A product has multiple images. One image has a foreign key to one product. And this is how we're going to access our images from a product. So if we are under product's image view, that means if we are selecting the product's image instance, we can access the product by just typing product image instance, for example, that we are selecting product's image dot product. This is how we're going to access the products. But now we are under products and we want to access all the product's image that have a foreign key of that specific product. For example, we are now selecting a product with an ID of 2, and we want to get all the images of this product. And to do that, we have multiple choices. We can filter all the images that has this specific ID, for example, and pass them in the context and then iterate all over them. Or we can use the set, the model set. So the model set will go like this. So here we will have a product instance. So product dot product image set dot all, and this is how we're going to get all the images of that specific product. So now let's go under our HTML and use the product image set. So let's find the template, the detail. Here we'll use object dot product image set dot all, and let's pass our HTML that we've copied from Bootstrap. And here we will use image that we want to access the image URL, so image.image.url, and here we want to include the alt parameters, so it will be image.alt. Okay, let's go back and let's refresh. Okay, our carousel works perfectly. Let's try next. It doesn't work. Let's see why. Here we have an active class. So the active class only available for the first image, and as you can see here, it's only available for the first class, for the first element. And if we click on next, then this class will be removed and will be displayed here. Let's go and inspect our elements to understand better. So here we have this active class. If we click on next, this active is removed from here and is included in here. As you can see, it's removed from the first one and it's in the second one, and so on. So to do that, we will need to check if this element is the first one that we are selecting from our for loop. And to check that, we need to track the for loop counter. So the for loop counter will go from, let's say, for example, 0, 1, 2, 3. So if it is 0, that we want to include a class active. And to do that, we want to add our if statement. So if for loop dot to access the counter, we write for loop dot and counter. So what is the difference between counter 0 and counter? So counter 0 will start counting from 0 and the counter will start counting from 1. So let's just use for loop dot counter 0, and we want to check if it is equal to 0. That means if it is the first element. And here let's add our if statement. And if so, we want to add the active. Okay, let's go back to our cursor. Nice. And our cursor is working perfectly. Okay. Now let's go back to the list of our products. Here we want to display the first image from our products images. Okay, great. Now we want to get the first image from our product, and to do that we want to get the first image from our product image set. So we'll create a method, a reusable method that we're going to use it all over our products, and let's name it def get thumbnail. And we'll return self dot product image set. So here we will access the product image set from our products, and we want to get the first image from that specific model. So product image set dot first, and let's go to our product and list of products, and here let's create an image, and it will be object dot got thumbnail dot image dot URL. Let's copy this, and here we want the alt. Go back, and here we can see that we have a product image thumbnail. This product doesn't have any images, and we are getting the first image for this product. So this is basically it for uploading the image using AJAX. Later on we will add the update and delete functionalities for the product. And after that we will create our checkout and order. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next part from this tutorial. Okay, later on we created the image upload view where the user can upload his images for a specific product. Now we'll create the delete view for the product image where the user will delete a specific image. So let's go under dashboard and products and views. So here we'll create our delete view. So we will send an AJAX function to our view. For example, when the user click on delete, the request will be sent to this view, delete image view. And we will check if that product image instance exists or not, because we will use a primary key. And if it exists, then we will delete that image. If not, we will return an error message. And let's go and create our function. So it will be def delete image. and it will have a request and primary key. So here we will check if this product image instance exists. So product image is equal to product image, or let's try get objects or 404. We need to import it from Django shortcuts. So here from Django.shortcuts, import get objects or 404, and we will use the class that we want to select the instance from. So the class is the product image, and the primary key will be equal to the primary key that we will get it from our URL attribute. So here we will check if product image exists. Then we want to delete this product image dot delete, and we will return a JSON response. So here let's write our message. The image has been deleted successfully. Okay, and the status of this request will be 200. That means a success request. And if the product image does not exist, then we will return an error message. So the status here will be 400. And here we will tell the admin that the product image does not exist. Okay, great. And let's go back to our product list template, where we list all the product images. So it is under templates, product, and dashboard. Okay, list images. Okay. Here we'll include a button where the user will click on it and we will delete the image. We don't want to delete the image instantly. We, for example, let's say if the admin clicked on this delete button by mistake, then he will delete the image accidentally and directly. So we will add a pop-up where we will confirm his request. We will add a message, for example, are you sure that you want to delete this image? Then he will click on yes or cancel. It's for the user experience, and to do that we will use a bootstrap model. So when the user click on delete, the model will pop up and it will ask bootstrap components, and we will use model. Okay, so here we have a different type of models. So this is the model component, and here this is the model button. If we click on it, a model will appear. So here we will add our message, and here if we click on confirm, then we will delete that specific image. If he click on close, then we won't delete that image. So let's go into our HTML and add this. So under each image instance, there will be a delete button. So here it will be delete. Okay. And this HTML is for the model. So the model will be the same for all the image instances. There is no changes except the URL that we want to send the request to. So we'll add a URL to the model dynamically using a JavaScript. Okay, great. And here, let's change this to delete. And here it will be a link, and it will have an href, and it will be by default empty, because this href will be dynamic and will include the link of the delete button of that specific product image instance. Okay, delete. And here we would like to remove the button primary, because the button primary gives a blue background. We want danger. So we want to tell the user, the admin, that this action really needs your attention. So do you really want to delete this image instance or not? So let's go back to our HTML. Let's launch our server. Okay, we'll add an href in a little bit. Let's just try. Okay, and as you can see here, we have the delete button. If we click on it, this message will appear. So we have the close and the delete. Okay, and here let's write a message. Are you sure you want to delete this image? Okay, and let's remove the title, or let's replace it with delete image. Okay, let's click again on delete. So delete image. Are you sure you want to delete this image? Here, if he click on delete, the image will be deleted. If he click on close, then this request will be ignored. Okay, now we want to get the URL of a specific image. So let's upload another image. Let's refresh. Okay. So for example, if we click on this delete button, then we want to delete this specific image. If we want to delete this image, then we want to delete this one. And to specify what image we want to delete, then we will need the link of the delete view for each image. So let's create first of all the URL for the delete view. So let's go here under dashboard, products, and URLs. Let's just copy this, and here it will be delete image and the primary key. So if we access delete image and the primary key, then we will delete a specific image. And here it will be delete image, and let's change the name to delete image. Okay, great. Now we will need to include this URL into our model link. So let's go back here and let's put our link in data attribute. So we will add a data delete URL. It will be equal to URL and dashboard. So here we'll choose product image, delete image, and the primary key will be equal to the object that we are selecting from the iteration that we are making in the object list. So it will be object dot primary key. Okay, this is nice. Delete image is not found. Product dashboard. Without the parentheses. Okay. Let's refresh. Good. Now, if we inspect the element and see what's going on here, we can see that we have a data delete URL attribute, and it has the delete URL. So if we click on this delete, then we want this URL to be on the delete link in the href in here. Okay, and let's go to our list and let's search for our delete. This is it. Let's give it an ID, unique ID. So let's name it delete button. Okay, and here, if we click on this delete button, then we want to copy the data delete URL to this link. So we want to the href to be /dashboard / the primary key and image delete. Okay, now, and to copy the URL, we will need first of all to select the clicked button. So we want to track the selected button. So here let's add a simple class. So here let's call it delete model, and if we click on the delete model, then we want to copy the data delete URL to this delete button. Okay, so here let's select the delete model, and if we click on it, then function. So we want to get we want to select the delete button. So let's select the delete button, and we want to change his attribute href from empty to the link that we want to get from the delete button. So htr href. So here we are selecting the attribute that we want to replace, and we want to replace it with this. So that means the button that we are clicking on. We have multiple buttons, so if we click on a specific button, then we are selecting that specific button and not all the buttons. And we want to get from that button the attribute value of data delete URL. So here attr. So here, to get the attribute value, we'll just need to write .atr, that means .attributes, and the attribute name, that is data delete URL. So here in the delete button, for example, if we click on slash, let's say, we click on delete, dashboard, products, delete, image, and 44. If the data delete URL on a specific button is this one, then the attribute for the delete button will be similar to this. So let's go and try it. Let's run our server. Okay, and let's click on delete. Okay, so let's check the delete URL. As you can see, the delete button has an href of dashboard product delete image 45, the same as this delete button. It has 45. Let's try this one. Let's see its ID. So it has /dashboard product delete image 44. Let's click on it. And the delete URL has been copied to the delete button. As you can see here, /44. It's really good. Now what we want to do, if we click on the delete button, we want to send an AJAX request to our delete view to delete this specific image. So here, let's create our AJAX function. And to do that, let's call AJAX. And to call an AJAX function, it needs parameters. We need first of all to listen to an event. So if we click on the delete button, then we want to send this AJAX request. Okay, let's just create a variable. So here, let's use let. So here, let's name it delete button. Okay. And let's replace it here. And let's put it here and listen to the click event. So click function e, the event that you are passing. So by default, when we click on a link, the browser redirects us to another page, and we don't want that. We want to prevent the default behavior, and to do that, we will just need to write e.prevent and default. Great. And now we want to pass our AJAX function. So let's copy this and put it here. Okay. And we want to keep track to the clicked button. So we will create a variable called this. So this will be equal to, and this. Okay. So the attribute for an AJAX function are the URL. So we want to tell what URL we are sending the data to, and the URL is this.attr href. So we are getting the URL from the attribute href of that link. So we are getting it from here. We want to send data to this specific URL, and the data that we are sending, we don't have actually any data to send, so we just want to send a request and delete that specific product. So the data will be empty, and the method is we will use post. Okay, and if we successfully deleted the image from our database, then we will remove this element from our DOM, and to do that we will select our deleted image. So we will select this specific image and delete all of this HTML. Okay, and here function. So and not to forget to hide the model. So if we click on delete, we want the model to be hidden. Let's go back to our Bootstrap. Okay, and we want to hide our model. So let's search for the hide in the methods. So the model has multiple methods, and to activate them, we will need to select the ID of our model. So here in our example, the ID of our model is example model. So we need to select the example model, and we will trigger that specific method. So here we have toggle. So if it is hidden, it will be then shown, and if it is shown, that it will be hidden. So here we want to hide it because it is already shown, and we don't want it to appear after we delete the image. So we will just use that model hide. Okay, let's go here. But first of all, let's select our ID. Let's copy it from here. Example model dot hide and dot model hide. Okay, and at the end we want to delete all our HTML.
So to delete the HTML, we want to select that specific element that we've selected earlier, but we currently don't have a track to that. So to track that specific URL that we've selected, we can track it with data delete URL, because a data delete URL and delete button href has the same URL. So to select it, we will just use here what we named it, .delete model, delete model. So we will select .delete model, but we want a specific one that has the attribute of data delete URL, the same as the href of this delete button from the model. So it will be data delete URL. We want it to be equal to so here let's add okay, and here it will be equal to this .htr href. So we only want to delete the delete model button that has data delete URL, the same as the model that we are sending an AJAX request with. And when we select that specific button, so when we select this specific button, then we want to delete it, but not just alone. We want to delete all that elements it means with its parent. So to access the parent, we will need just to call parent, okay? And to remove it from the DOM, we will call remove. Okay, great. Let's go and try it. Okay, let's refresh. And let's click on delete. Okay, delete. An error has occurred. 403 forbidden. And we have an error. Forbidden CSRF token missing or incorrect. If you notice here, we don't have any CSRF token set to our page. That's because we don't have the form that we are sending data with. Here we are sending an empty data. In this case, we have two choices. Either we create a form without any inputs with only the CSRF token, or we add an AJAX script to our application. And this is how to use it. So this is from Django documentation. We have cross-site request forgery protection. And this is how we use it. If we are using a form, we will just include it in CSRF token. And if we are using an AJAX and we don't have any form, and this is how we are going to achieve that. We will set a cookie and get the CSRF token from that cookie. And later on, we will include our value in our script to send it with the headers. So let's just copy this. AJAX. Okay, let's put it here. I forget the name of the function. Okay. Okay, this is good. And we also will need to include the setting token in the AJAX request.
And to do that, we will include these functions. So here we are adding the CSRF token in our header. And this is basically it. Let's go and try it again. Delete and delete. Okay. $200. Okay, and the product has been deleted successfully. Let's refresh. Okay, but our script didn't work correctly as we set it up. So let's go and check if we done some typos here. So data delete URL. Data delete URL. Okay. And the model has been hidden, but it didn't. The script didn't remove the image from the DOM. Let's see why. Because here we are referencing another this, we want to reference this from the bottom. That's why we stored it in a variable. So let's use it. Let's refresh. Okay, delete. If we click on close, the model disappears and delete. Okay, this is really perfect. So now we've deleted our images using AJAX. Let's try again. Okay, delete. Perfect. This is really perfect. And here we have a default behavior. If we click on drop zone and upload any images, it will be appended here in this form, and we don't want this. We want to be appended directly here with other products image instances. We don't want until we refresh and it will appear here. So we want to remove it from here and append it directly to this view, this HTML, sorry. And to do that, we will tell the drop zone on the success function. That means if the image has been uploaded successfully, then we want to remove it from here and get file URL and create an HTML and append it to our DOM. Okay, and to do that, let's go here, enter drop zone, and let's create our success. So the success function. Okay, and the success function will have a file and response. Okay, the file, it is the file that has been uploaded to our server, and we want to remove this file from our drop zone form. And to do that, let's go to drop zone. So here are the drop zone methods. If you want to remove or add a file from the drop zone, you can call remove file. This method also triggers the remove file event. Okay, and this is how we use it. My drop zone dot remove file and file. So here, let's just include this. And to select the drop zone that we are using, we will just use this, because we are inside that function, and dot remove file. Let's go and try it. Okay, now on the success, the image disappeared from here. This is perfect. Now what we want to do, we want to get back the URL and put it directly inside of our DOM. So here I created a products image ID that contains all the images. So product images ID has a row, and inside the row we have a column of 4, so that the images will be beside each other. So we will have 3 images in one line. If we add another image, then it will go to this second line. Okay, and we want to append our images to product images and inside a row, and we want to append it with a call and medium of 4, and we want to include also the button delete and the source of our image. So here we will select our ID, that is product images. So let's go here and select our ID, product images dot. Okay, and here we want to select also the row from that is inside our product images, and we want to append an HTML to it. So the HTML will look something like this. Okay, let's just copy all of this. Sorry, even with the MD4. And let's go back here. Append. Okay, perfect. But we don't want to use the object's image URL because we cannot get it from here, from JavaScript. We will get it from the response. So in the response, we will include the image URL, the alt attribute, and the delete URL. So first of all, let's just delete all of this. Okay, and we'll delete this. And let's delete the alt. Okay, we will fix these errors in a second. So let's go back to our view under dashboard, product, views, and delete image. So in this delete image, we want to get the URL of it, and we want to get the alt and the image source. So here, when we create an image, we will send a response to our success function in the drop zone that we've created, and we want to pass this attribute to it. So we will pass the alt. So it will be object.alt, and we will pass the image URL. So URL will be equal to object.image.url, and we also at the end we want to pass the URL of the delete image of that specific instance. So delete URL is equal to we will use reverse to create that URL. So reverse dashboard dashboard product delete image, and okay, let's put it in second line, and here we will pass quarks primary key will be equal to object dot primary key. Okay, let's put spaces here. Everything seems perfect, and let's go and try it. So we'll go under list here. First of all, let's just console log response and see what's inside our response. Okay, let's wait our server to refresh. Let's inspect our element and take a look at our console. Okay, if we click, if we add an image here. Okay, here we have our alt, test product, delete URL. This is the delete URL for that specific image instance, and a message and the URL of our image. So it's inside media, and this is the URL of that image. Okay, great. And to access any of these attributes, we will just need to call, for example, .alt, .url, .delete URL. Okay, let's go back inside of here. And here we'll use response dot how we named it, URL. Okay, and here we'll use response dot alt, and here response dot we did delete URL. Okay, let's put pluses over there. Okay, let's refresh and try out. Okay, our image has been added successfully to our DOM. Let's try again. As you can see, our images has been added directly to our DOM. Let's just click on delete. Okay, our delete works perfectly. But here, okay, here if we add an image directly, so here if we appended it directly here, so let's go and try the normal one. So this one has been here before uploading this new one. If we click on delete, the delete works perfectly. Here the delete works perfectly. And this product's image instance is new. If we click on delete, then nothing will happen. Let's click again. Delete, nothing will happen. If we refresh, then it will work. And this is because we appended these elements to our DOM. And the delete.click won't track the appended one. And to track it, we will use the on. So here we will use on click. That means from our body on and here. Okay, so on the body, so if we click on this delete, how we did name it, delete model, then we will delete this, we will include the attributes of our button to the delete button. Okay, let me show you one thing. So here, if we click on delete, let's inspect the element of this delete. As you can see here, it has an ID of 59, and this one has an ID of 61. So it keeps only the tracks of the older href that has been selected. They are not the same. So let's go here. So this one is 59. If we select it, then you will have here the 59. And if we select this, we don't have any new URL. And this is how we will track it. So let's refresh and try our new script. Let's upload a new image. Okay, this is the image that has been created recently. So delete and boom. As you can see, our image has been deleted successfully, even if it is the new one. This is how we will allow our documents to track the click on the newly added elements to our DOM. So let's try again. This is a new image and delete. Everything's work perfectly fine. And now we'll add the same thing for deleting the category, brands, and the products. So let's go under products and add a link of delete. Well, hello again, and today we're going to create the delete functionalities for our products instances and categories and brands. At the previous video, we've created it on the images. So here we've checked if the image exists.
And if so, well, then we delete the image and return a message because we are using an AJAX request. Then we will return a JSON response with a message that that's gonna tell us what happens in the request. So if the image has been deleted successfully, then we will return this message. Else we will return that there was an error or the image does not exist. And we're going to do the same thing for our products. So we will just copy this view and replace it with image. So here, product. So this one will be product, or let's just name it product. And let's change image to product, and change this to this, and here it will be product. So product, if the product exists, then we will delete the product and return a message, the product has been deleted successfully with a status of 200, else we will return that this product does not exist and an error, it will be an error message. And let's create an URL for our delete view for the product. We will just copy this and replace this with products and this one with product. Okay, and let's call delete product.
Okay, now let's go to our list. So here we'll add the same thing as we added it in our list images. Let's go here. So here we've added a button inside of a div. Okay, let's go back to our list and include that button over here. Okay, and at the end we've included also our model. So this model pop-up, and it will tell us if we are sure that we want to delete this object. So here let's change image to product, and we will also include our script here, the get cookie or our CSRF token to be included in all our JavaScript AJAX requests. Without creating a form and including a CSRF token input inside of it. And we want also to include this delete button on click functionalities. That means if we click on the delete button inside the model, then we want to send an AJAX request that we've got it from, that we've got the link from our delete model button from here. And to do that we will need to copy this and paste it all over our delete views for product, category and brand. And to avoid that we will create our static folder that will contain all of the script, and it will be shared all over our views. So let's go under grocery app and let's create our static. So here we'll have static, and inside of static we will have a JavaScript folder. Okay, here let's create JavaScript, CSS, and the last one will be images. Okay, inside our JavaScripts, we will create our script. Let's add it to GitHub, and our CSS. Let's name it style. Okay, let's click on add. That is good. Okay, everything seems good. Now what we want to do is copy all of this script. And let's go to our script and make sure that our document is ready. If so, we will pass our AJAX function that will be shared all over our views, and we will copy our delete button. So here we'll copy our delete button and the body on click delete model. So when we click on the delete model, we want to copy the URL of the data of our data delete URL inside our delete button in our model. And we want to do that inside of our, in all of the views that we will use the delete button inside of them. Okay, and let's run our server. Okay, let's go in the product list, and here we have our delete button. Let's check if our script has been loaded. We didn't include our scripts inside the base yet, so here let's import our CSS link. And first of all, let's load our static tag. And we will use it over here, static, to build our URL for our CSS. So we'll use css slash style.css, and at the end we will use our script to load it. So URL, it's inside static JS and script.js. So we'll here use a JS slash script.js. Sorry, here it will be static, not URL. Okay, and let's refresh. As you can see here, we have our static, and here we have our CSS. Our CSS is empty, but the URL is working perfectly fine, and the script is working perfectly. Here we are not seeing okay, that is good. So let's go here and try to delete one of our products, but first of all we forget to change the URL of our button. So let's go back under the list of our products, and here we want to change it from delete image to delete a product, and the primary key will be the object.primary key of that specific product. Okay, let's refresh, and let's see what we have there. Delete button is not defined. Let's go back to our list image, and let's cut this from here and pass it in our script, because we're going to use it all over our application. Okay, and let's refresh. Okay, this is perfect. Now let's see the data URL of this button. So it's dashboard products delete product /2. Let's remove product from the URL because we're already inside the product. Let's refresh. Okay, it's dashboard products delete and the primary key. So if we click on this, let's see the delete URL. So the delete URL has /dashboard product delete /2, the same as the one that we've clicked on it. And when we click on delete, and the product has been deleted successfully. Let's refresh. Okay, now it's working just as we expected. And let's go to our category and brand and do the same thing for them. So here we will just copy this path and include it in our category. And let's copy the view of delete and pass it here. So here it will be delete category. And let's import JSON response from HTTP. And here the category has been deleted successfully, or this category instance does not exist. Okay, and let's change it inside the URL. Category. Okay, let's do the same thing for the brand. So here you'll replace it by brand. Okay, and let's copy the view. And let's import get objects or 404. I'm sorry. And let's import JSON response from Django.http, and here we will use the brand model. And let's change this to brand. And let's change this to brand too. So the brand has been deleted successfully, or it doesn't exist. This brand instance does not exist, and we will just copy and paste our delete model and the delete button. Okay, and let's go under category. So under list, here we will have our delete button. So we are under category and delete category. Okay. And we will copy our model. Okay, let's do the same thing for the brand. Okay, and let's copy the delete button. And let's change the URL here. So it will be dashboard, brand, and delete brand. The primary key will be the objects.primary key. Okay, everything seems fine. Let's go and try them. Okay, let's refresh. We have an error here. So model dashboard brand views has no attribute delete brand. Let's go back here. We didn't rename our view, so here let's change it to delete brand. Okay, and let's refresh. Okay, now we are inside product. We have the delete, and we are inside category. We can delete our category. So if we click on delete, okay, our category has been deleted successfully. Let's try test, delete. Okay, great. Let's go to brand. Here, let's name it, rename it to delete brand instead of delete category. Delete. Okay, our delete functions, all of them, they work perfectly fine. Now let's go and create the checkout views, where the user will add the products to his shopping cart, and then he will pass an order. So let's go under checkouts and model. So here, if you can see, the checkout line has three fields that we're going to use. It has the checkout and the products and the quantity. I would like to create the add a product to checkout. So let's go back to our checkout, grocery shop, checkout, and model. So here there is a checkout we have created to check out the date and the time that checkout has been created, the user that we will assign it to the specific checkout, The email token, that will be the primary key for our checkout, and a note. And here there is a checkout line. The checkout line will have a foreign key to checkout, and we'll have a products and quantity. So when we are under a specific product, we will add that product to a checkout line, and we will retrieve and get the checkout from our token or our user if it is authenticated, and the quantity will get it from our form. So here let's go back to our product view, and now we will create def add product to checkout. Okay, and it will receive a request and a primary key. So here when we click on add product to a checkout, we will we will get that product with the primary key from the URL, and we will add it to a specific checkout. So we will create or get a checkout. For example, if the user doesn't have any checkout created yet, we will create that for him, and then we will get the quantity that he added in the form, and create a checkout line and assign it to a checkout. But first of all, let us create the form for our checkout line. From Django import forms, and here it will be class checkout line form, and the checkout line form will extend forms dot model form, and the class meta will contain the model, and it will be equal to a checkout line. So from models import checkout line, and the fields we would like to exclude the product and the checkout. So let's go back here. As you can see, we have the checkout foreign key and the product foreign key. We don't want the user to assign them by itself. We would like to assign them for him. So let's go back to our product view, and here from checkout dot forms import checkout line form, and from checkout models import checkout line and checkout. Okay, so let's go back here, and we would like to see if the product exists. So let's create a product variable. Product will be equal to get object or 404 to receive a model product, and the primary key will be equal to the primary key that we are getting from the URL. And now we would like to get our checkout. So the checkout, we will have two types of checkout. The first one is for a user that is logged in our application, and the second is for the visitor. So for the first one, it's really easy. We will check if the checkout exists for that specific user. Then we will get it. If not, we will create it for him. But for the second one is a little bit different. because we don't have any track for that user. Let's say the user abandoned the website and returned to the website, and he added previously a lot of products and he wouldn't find them anymore. So to track all the data and the product he added to his checkout, we will set a checkout ID to a cookie, and we will get the checkout instance from the cookie when he go back. So to do that, we will create a function that's going to get us or create for us a checkout instance for a logged in user and for a visitor. So we will create def get or create checkout, and it will receive a request. And here we'll have checkout query set will be equal to checkout dot object dot all. So the checkout query set, we can use it to get or create a checkout, and we can set it for some request. For example, we want to filter on a specific checkout instances. We can set it there, and by default it will get all the checkout objects. So checkout query set will be equal to here if request dot user dot is authenticated. That means if the user is logged in, then we would like to return checkout line dot get or create user will be equal to request. So here let's create a variable, let's name it user, because we will use request.user a lot. And let's replace it here, and email will be equal to user.email. If you notice here in our checkout, we have the email field. So let's go back. And the checkout query set get or create will return for us a query set, and we don't want the full query set. We only want the instance that is located in the first index from that query set. And else, if the user is a visitor, then we would like to get the token from the cookie. So we will later on create and assign a token for the user. Now we want to get it. Let's assume that the token exists in the cookie. So token is equal to request.get signed cookie, and we will name our cookie checkout, and the default one will be none. So we will return checkout query set dot filter, and we would like to see if there is a checkout with that token, and with a user equal to none dot get or create user equal to none. And as the first one, we would like to get the first index. That means we would like to get the instance. So here we are checking if the user is logged in. If so, then we will get or create a checkout instance with these parameters: user equal to user and email equal to user.email. If there is an instance, then this will return us that instance. If not, it will create for us an instance, and it will be returned over here. And for the visitor, if we will get the checkout token from our cookie, and we will filter and see if there is a checkout instance with that token and the user is equal to none, because it's a visitor, there is no user instance assigned to it. And if so, we would like to get or create, if the token does not exist, a user equal to none, and we would like to get the first instance from that. Okay, and here let's call our function get or create checkout request. So this function will get us or create for us a checkout instance. That's great. Now what we'd like to do is to call our form that is checkout line. So checkout line form will receive a request.post, and it will we will check if that data is valid or not. But in our checkout line form, we only have the quantity, and we don't actually have the products and the checkout. So we have two options. We either check if form dot is valid, and here let's create object obj variable will be equal to form dot save and commit equal false. Then obj dot product will be equal to product, and obj dot checkout will be equal to checkout, and obj.save. And the second option is to initialize our checkout line model. So instance will be equal to checkout line, and we will initialize it with product will be equal to product, and checkout, sorry, here is a comma, checkout will be equal to checkout, and here we'll have instance equal to instance. Okay, so we have two options. We either save it with the commit false and assign products and checkout, and the easiest way is to initialize our checkout line model, and here put it in as an instance for our form to save it with it. We will choose the first option here. And one more thing, I would like to check if the quantity is enough. That means if there is enough quantity in for that product. We can see here under models product there is stock. So I would like to see the quantity that the user added is greater than the stock. If it is greater than the stock, then I want to raise an error that say there is not enough quantity in the stock. And to do that, let's go to our form, and here we would like to change our form and to get that product that we are adding it in our checkout line form. And to do that, we will edit our init. So init, and here we will call our super init, and it will receive args and also quarks. Same thing for our init. Okay. And here, what we would like to do, we would like to make the allow the form to add an extra field that is the product. So here we would add self.product will be equal to quarks.pop, and from the quarks we would like to get the product. Okay, that is good. And here in def clean, so this is what we've done here. We are allowing the form to add a product inside when we call it. So here each time we call our checkout line forms, we will need to add a product. Will be equal to product. I'm adding the products here to compare the stock in it with the quantity that has been added here. So let's go back to our form, and in def clean here we would like to call our super first. So super clean, and quantity will be equal to self dot clean data and dot get quantity. So here I'm getting the quantity value that the user has submitted in the form, and I want also to get the stock. So from the products that I added inside the form, self dot products. So let's name it product quantity dot quantity. We named it stock. And here let's create our if statement. So if product quantity is less than quantity, or it will be a logical way, we compare the quantity. If it is greater than well, it's the same thing, but it will be more readable like this. If the quantity is greater than the product quantity, that means the product, let's name it stock. It's better, product stock. Then we will add an error to our field quantity, and to add a custom error to a field, we will call self dot add error, and we will specify the field quantity. So the field we are getting it from here, so this field, and the error message that we want to show the user is insufficient stock. Okay, and when we finish, we would like to return self dot clean data. Okay, perfect. So now our form will get a quantity, and it will receive also a product, because in our init we are allowing our form to receive an extra input that is the product, and to access that extra field that we've added, we just call self.product or self.field that we've added. In our case it's product.stock. And here I'm comparing the quantity that the user has submitted, if it is greater than the quantity in the stock. If so, I want to return an error inside my form that says insufficient stock. Okay, And let's go back to our view. So here, if the form is valid, then we would like to save our form. So obj be equal to form.save. But here, what if the user already added the same product? Let's say there is a product with an ID, product ID 12, and it is already in its basket with a quantity of 7. And later on, he would like to add more quantity to that product. So product 12 x 2. He would like to add another 2 of that product instance. So here we want to create a new checkout line. We would like to see if that product already exists in its checkout. If it exists, then we would like to add that quantity to the previous one. So when he add 2, the total will be 9. So the total here will be 9. We don't want to delete this and recreate another one with 2. So here we will check if the checkout line already exists in its basket. So checkout line, let's create a variable, will be equal to checkout line dot objects dot filter, and we would like to filter with a product, will be equal to product, and checkout be equal to the checkout that we've got it from here. And if the checkout line dot exists, then we would like to modify its quantity and not creating a new one. So checkout line, and here to modify the quantity of that specific checkout line, we would like to get the first index from our query set, because filter will return for us a query set. And here let's call it instance is equal to checkout line first index instance dot quantity plus equal to so here we are accessing the quantity that is inside the checkout line, and we are adding to it the quantity that we've added from our form. And to get it, we will call request.post.get, and here it will be quantity. So we are checking if the form is valid, and if so, then we would like to get the quantity from our request.post, but the request.post will return for us a string. For example, if the user submit 3, then it will return a string of 3. So we would like to convert it to an integer, and to do that we will call int and the request.post.get. So this plus equal is the same thing as this plus. So this is the same thing. This is the quantity that already exists in our checkout line, and this is the new one that we want to add it. So let's remove this and add it here. And now we would like to save our instance. Save. Good. Okay. So if the checkout line exists, then we would like to edit our quantity, else we would like to save and create a new checkout line. So we don't need this RPG. Okay. And now, if we save all our forms, then we would like to return a response. We want to return on this part of our code. because we are going to use the response in our cookie to set the cookie for an anonymous user. So we will get to that later on. So response is equal to HTTP response redirect. We would like to redirect to the checkout view. We didn't create it yet, so let's redirect to the current page. For now, when we create the checkout index, we will return and replace this one here. Okay, and else, that means if there was an error. So here the response will be different. Here, for example, when there is an error inside of the form, inside of our form, what we would like to do, we would like to return to the same page. That means we would like to return to the detailed product, but with an errors. And we cannot do that because we are using the detail view, and the detail view does not accept a request post because it's a detail view, and it only have a get method, so def get, but it doesn't have post. And that's why we won't use the class-based view for this scenario. We will replace it with a function-based views. And to do that, we will create a detail product, and it will have a request and a primary key, or we are using slug, so slug, and here we would like to filter the product, get objects or 404, and the model will be product, and the slug will be the slug that we are getting from the URL. Okay, now we'd like to add the form to our detail view, the checkout line form. So when the user will access the detail view for a specific product, he will see a form where he can add that product to a checkout with the quantity field. So here we will also pass in the detail product. So let's name it here detail. Detail product, we will pass a form. So it can be none by default, and we will pass the form from our response here. So from our add product to checkout, we can pass our form with the error messages. For example, here when the user will submit a higher quantity, then we will tell him that there is an insufficient stock, and we will pass that form with its field and the request post inside of our view. So here let's check if form, if not form, that means if there is no form, then the form will be equal to checkout line form, and it will receive request post or none in case of get. And if you remember, the checkout line will need a product to check if there is enough stock, enough product in the stock. So product will be equal to product. And here we'll create our context. So our context will receive the form. Form will be equal to form. So if the form does not exist here, then we will add the checkout line form with request post or none and pass the product. Else, if there is already a form, then we will pass it directly with its error fields. So here we will have form, and then we will have our object, and object will be our product. Okay, and now we will return render. We'll import render from our Django shortcuts, and it will receive a request. Then we will have our templates. It's under products, detail.html, and here we will pass our context. Okay, so let's add our detail products to our URL. And let's remove this and replace it with detail product. Okay, and we don't need the detail products with the class-based view anymore, because we replaced it with the detail product function-based views. And here, if there is an error in our form, then we would like to set our response to the detail to our detail product view with its parameter. So the parameter will be the request and the form and the slug, the same parameters that our detail products receive. So let's go here, and here it will be a detail products, and it will receive request and product.slug. So we are getting the slug from this product.slug, and here it will receive the form. Okay, and as I said, if the user is not authenticated, then we would like to set a checkout to his cookie. So here we will check if not request.user.is authenticated. That means if the user is a visitor, then we would like to set a cookie to with the name checkout that has the checkout token. So let's create a function to set a checkout for a specific user, and we want to set a checkout for let's give it for example, for now let's give it 30 days. So the token will be stored in the browser and will be valid for about 30 days. And here let's go and create our function to set a checkout cookie to our user. So let's name it set checkout cookie, and it will receive a checkout and a response. So the checkout will be, we will get it from here. We will get this one, checkout, and the response we will pass it to set our cookie, and we will need also a response to set our cookie. So here we will call set checkout cookie. Let's remove all these comments. And it will receive checkout with checkout and the response. Okay, and here we'll have checkout and response. Okay. So here, this is the place where we're gonna set the checkout token to our user. And to do that, as I said, we want to set it at least for 30 days. You can choose whatever you want, but it seems like 30 days is enough for storing that cookie. So let's set a max age. It will be equal to time delta, and we will have days will be equal to 30. So here we are setting our time delta
to 30 days, and we want to convert it to seconds to store it in our cookies. We'd like to convert it in seconds to use it later on in storing the age of that cookie. So to convert it to seconds, we will use a total seconds. And now we will convert it to integer. Okay. And now we will set our cookie. So the cookie will be set to with our response. So response set signed cookie, and the signed cookie will be checkout, and the cookie will store the data of the checkout token. So checkout dot token, and the max age of our cookie will be this one, the max age. So we'll set max age be equal to max age. Now everything seems perfect. We set up our checkout token in our cookies for a non-authenticated user, and here we would like to return our response. Okay, and now we will try to understand one more time how this function will work. So first of all, we will have our checkout line form in our detail view. And after that, we if the user will add a product to its basket, then a form will appear with the quantity, just the quantity, nothing more, under the product detail. So when he click on submit, we will check if the primary key of the product with this primary key exists or not. So if it exists, then we will proceed. Now we will get or create a checkout for that user. So here the get or creates checkout will check if the user is authenticated user. That means if the user is logged in. Then if it is logged in, we will get from our query sets, we will get or create a checkout instance from our query set checkout with the user instance and the user.email. As you can see, we use the user here and user.email because the user is logged in and we can use its information. If not, that means if the user is a normal visitor, then the token, we will get a token to try and find a checkout instance with that specific token. So here we are getting get signed cookie checkout. Here we are getting from the cookie checkout. So the token will be will store the checkout token. And here from our query set, we are trying to find or create an instance with that token if it exists, and with the user none. User none, that means the user is not authenticated. As you can see here under our checkout, here the user can be blank and can be null. We don't require a user instance to create our checkout. And here, so here we are getting back a checkout instance. So either we created it or it already exists. Then we will pass our request.post to our checkout line form. And we will also need to use an instance to set our product and checkout automatically. As I explained, we can use either commit equal false, and then we'll use form dot checkout and form dot instance. Then we will save our form again, or we can just initialize our model with the products and checkout. And here we passed the products because we need to check if there is enough products in the stock or not.
So if the form is valid, here we have two things. We either want to update an already existed product in our basket, or we would like to create a new one. So here we will check if that product exists in our basket. So if checkout.line exists, then instance checkout line, we want to get the first index where our instance is stored, and we want to add a more quantity. We will get it from request.post.getQuantity, and then we will save our instance. Else we will create a new checkout line to our checkout, and we will return an HTTP response redirect to the same view. Here we will have the checkout later on. And else, if we have an error in our form, then we would like to return to the detailed product with the detailed product receive request, slug, and form. And here the form will store the form errors that we want to get inside our detailed product view. And here we will check if the user is not authenticated. That means if the user is a visitor, then we would like to set him a signed cookie with the name checkout. So here we set our max age. We want lifetime of our cookie to be 30 days. So we converted it to seconds because the max age here will accept second. And we assigned a cookie to our response. So here response that signed cookie checkout, the checkout.token. And the checkout.token, we've got it from here. If you remember, we here the checkout will return for us an instance, a checkout instance with a token, and we will pass the checkout here, and the token will be set here. Now we have an error. So here from checkout, it's a form, not forms. Okay, great. Now let's try and run our application. Okay, now we are accessing our list view. Let's go under our test. So here we should add our form to our template. So let's go under templates, products, details, and here we will have our form. So form will be equal to method post, and here we will have our form as paragraph, and button with the class btn primary, and here we will have add to cart. Okay, and our action we will need to create the URL for our add to checkout view. So here let's import from views. Let's import add product to checkout and replace this. So here we'll have an integer and will be a primary key, and we will change the name to add product to checkout. And here we'll have add. So when we post a request to this URL, we will access to this function. Okay, and we will check if request dot method is equal to post, then we will return all of this. Else we will return HTTP response redirect. And it will redirect to reverse. So the product will be here, reverse, products, detail products, and quarks. Here we will pass our quarks. So our products, detail products will receive the primary key, the slug, I mean. So the slug will be product.slug. And for this response, we will set it for now the same because we didn't create our checkout view yet. Okay, everything seems perfect. Now let's go back to our detail.html, and here we will have to add our URL add to checkout, product add to checkout, and the primary key will be equal to object.primary key. Let's refresh our page. So here, as you can see, we have add to cart, and if we click on 5, okay, we need to set our CSRF token. So here it will be CSRF token. Okay, let's submit again. Let's refresh and submit. Okay, and it's got an unexpected keyword. Here it should be instance. We made a typo. So let's go back to our view and search. Okay, here it will be instance, not instance. Okay, let's refresh, continue, and the product has been added to our checkout. Let's go to our admin and check if there is a checkout. As you can see here, we have our checkout that has been created with an email, and let's go to checkout line, and here we have our product. So let's, for example, let's delete it and try again. Let's delete our checkout, and I'll show you how the checkout has been created directly after adding a product to it. So here there is no checkout, and if we click on 3, add to cart, let's refresh, and the checkout has been created. And here let's check for the checkout line test. So the checkout is assigned to this checkout that has been created, and the product is test, and the quantity is 3. So let's add the same product again to our cart. Let's try, for example, 1. And here under the checkout line, there is no new checkout that has been created, but this one will be updated. So it was 3, now it's 4. That's why we checked here if the checkout object exists, and if it exists, then we would like to add that quantity to the already existed quantity. Okay. And let's try right now for an anonymous user. So here we have checkout. Let's copy this link and open a new session in an incognito window. So here, as you can see, we have only one instance from our checkout, and under our checkout line, we only have one instance from the checkout line, and it is assigned to that specific checkout. Okay, now we are under an anonymous user. As you can see, we are not logged in. So if we click on admin, we are not logged in, and now we will try to add, let's try 5. We will try to add this product to our checkout. Let's click on add to cart. So we are redirected to our detailed view. And let's check for the checkout line. As you can see here, there is a new checkout line that has been created. And let's refresh, a new instance that has been created over here. Let's go to our checkout model. So here, let's go under model. And here we will return token. Okay, let's refresh. As you can see, we have 2 checkout instances. Let's convert it to an ECR. Okay, Perfect. So there is no user inside assigned to our checkout instance, no email and no note. So how are we going to set the email to that specific user? We will set it when he will add his shipping address. And we will create in a little bit the shipping address model to assign it to a specific user.
Okay, now we would like to create our checkout view where the user can see all his products that he's added to his cart. And let's create our view. We will name it checkout view. So checkout view, and it will receive a request. So first of all, we would like to get the checkout that is associated to a specific user. That is the logged in user, but what if the user is not logged in? Then we would like to check if he has a checkout token inside his cookies. So first of all, we would like to create an if statement. So if not request dot user dot is authenticated, and request dot get signed cookie, and we would like to get the checkout from our cookies. So this is how we get a specific cookie with its name, and if that cookie does not exist, then it will be none. And here we would like to check this value if it is none. So is none. So here we are checking if the user is not logged in and if there is no cookie inside that with the name checkout. If so, then we will return an empty checkout line. So here our context will have checkout line will be equal to none, and we will return template response. So we'll import a template response from Django templates.response, and our template response will have a request, and we will have our checkout template. We will create it in a little bit. So it will be checkout index.html, and it will get back our context. Okay. So if the user is logged in, that means if the user is authenticated, or if the user has a signed cookie with the name checkout that has a value, then we would like to get that checkout. So to get that checkout, we will create a function that we will use every time. If you remember, in our products here, we created a function called get or create checkout. But this function that we're going to create, it's going to be really similar, but we would like just to get a checkout. We don't want to create it because we've already created it here, and now we only want to get the checkout. So let's just copy and paste it. So here it will be get checkout. Okay, and it will just receive a request, and here user will be a request.user. That won't change. And here, if user is authenticated, then we would like to get. So first of all, let's import checkout and checkout line from our model. So from current models, import checkout and the checkout line. Okay. And here we would like to get the checkout object.get. User will be equal to user, and email will be equal to user.email.
Okay, same thing for non-authenticated user. That means we will get his checkout token from the cookie, and this is how we're going to do it. And we've already checked if there is a signed cookie inside of his cookies with the name checkout. Then we don't need the default none. And here we will return. Just copy this. User will be equal to none, and token will be equal to the token that we've got from our checkout. And here to get our checkout, so checkout will be equal get checkout and request. Okay, so now we will create our context for authenticated user or a visitor that has a checkout inside his cookie. So checkout line will be equal to checkout line dot object dot filter, and we would like to filter the checkout line that are associated to the specific checkout. So checkout will be equal to checkout, and we also would like to get back our checkout. We might need it later on. So here it will be equal to checkout, and we will return the same thing here. So return template response, request, and the context. So this is it for the checkout view. Now what we'd like to do is go to our template and create our index, and then iterate all over our checkouts. So let's go under templates, and here we will create a folder. Let's name it checkout. Okay, and we will create our index. Okay, set it to GitHub. So this index will extend our base.html, and we'll have a block of content. So let's put this content inside of a container that that is set from Bootstrap. So this container will set a specific width, and it will also set a responsive functionalities to our content. So container, and we'll put it inside a row. And the row will allow us to use the com. So here we would like to check if checkout line exists. Then we would like to iterate over all over our checkout lines instances and get back the quantity and the total of that specific line. So for foo in checkout line, so here let's rename it to line, and now we'd like to create a paragraph. So let's put it inside a div. So here line dot well, it will be a line because from the line we will get directly the product name, and we will get here line dot product dot SKU for that specific product. Okay, and let's remove this. Okay, and here we would like to get line dot quantity x line dot products dot price, and here we would like to let's put here $1. So $, let's remove this, and here we would like to get the subtotal. So subtotal will be equal to line, and here we will create a method that will calculate for us the subtotal for a specific checkout line. And to do that, let's go under our checkout. So here, checkout models, and under checkout lines, we will create def get subtotal. Okay, and we will return self dot product dot price, and we will multiply it with self dot quantity. Okay, good. And now we will use the get subtotal inside our template. So line dot get subtotal. Okay, and let's go back to our application. And so here, let's try. We didn't try to add a big quantity to see the error that pops up. Here you can see that it returns an insufficient stock, and it compares it to the stock that we've currently have. And now, since we've created our checkout view, we will need to create a URL for it. So let's go here, and under Python, here we'll create our URLs. Okay, and from Django .urls, we would like to import path, and from current views, we would like to import the checkout view. And here, the app name will be equal to checkout. Okay. Great. Now we would like to create our URL patterns be equal to path, and inside that path we would like to get our checkout, so nothing will be there, and the view will be equal to checkout view. And also we would like to set a name for our view, so name will be equal to checkout, let's name it checkout index. Okay, and now we would like to go to our main URLs, where we're gonna include our checkout URLs. So it's under grocery shop URLs, and here let's set our checkout. Okay, and as we said, when we add a product to our shopping cart, then we would like to redirect our user to the checkout index. So the checkout index will be under, we will redirect it when we go under product, and where is the product? So product, views, and we'd like to redirect it to it right here. So we'll remove the quarks because we don't have any quarks here. And here it will be checkout and checkout index. We'll remove all of this from here. The same thing on the get. So here we will return this. Okay, and here we name the checkout. Okay, and let's go and try it. So let's go and add one, and now we are under our checkout index. Okay, let's go and see what we've put in inside our index. So here, if checkout line exists, then for line in checkout line, let's check our context. So here we are getting our checkout. We named it checkout line. Then it should be checkout line. Okay. And for and if, and here if there is no checkout line, then we would like to return a message. So the message will be please add some products to your shopping cart. Okay, and let's refresh. Okay, let's wait for our server. Now let's refresh. As you can see, we have our first product. It has a quantity, it has the price, and it has a subtotal. So let's add $1 under our subtotal. Okay, great. Let's go to our product. Add a more quantity to our shopping cart. Let's click on add. As you can see, it increments every time we add more products to our shopping cart. And here let's put HR. Okay, seems great. Row, and here let's give it a class of call mb12. Okay, now it takes all the containers with. It's good. Now we have one more thing to add, and that is the shipping address. So each user will have its own shipping address. Even the anonymous user will need to create a shipping address.
Okay, now I would like to add a shipping address to our user, and we want to get this field inside of our shipping address because the user can have multiple shipping addresses, and we want to store this for him for later on. Then he can select directly one of his shipping addresses, and we will ship that product for him. So let's create a class and let's name it addresses. And addresses will have model will extend from models.model, and we will get all these informations and put them inside of addresses. So here we will create user addresses will be equal to models.many-to-many fields, and will be pointing to addresses. So here we are telling our application and our database that one user can have multiple addresses. Okay, now let's run our migrations. So make migrations and migrate. Okay, let's run our server and let's go to our admin, and here let's add our addresses. Okay, and let's refresh. So user profile and addresses. Okay, you can add an address to a user, and here are all the information for that address. So to create an address, we will create first of all a form for that address, and let's go under a user profile, and here we will create our form. So form, okay, let's add it to our GitHub. So here from Django, import forms, and from current models, we would like to import addresses. So here, class, let's name it shipping address form, and it will extend forms.model form, and class meta, and the model will be equal to addresses, and we will have all our fields. Fields will be equal to all. Okay, great. But don't forget that we have two types of user. We have a normal user and an anonymous user. In the anonymous user, we would like to add an extra field that is the email. For logged in user, we can have its email because he signed up with it, but the anonymous user, we cannot have it, so we would like to store that field too. And here we will create another form, so shipping address, and here let's add anonymous, or let's name it visitor shipping address form, and it will be the exact same as this, so it will extend this form, and we would like to add another field that is an email, so email will have forms dot email field, so here it will be an email. Okay, now we've created our forms. Let's go to our checkouts, and here we will create a new view where the user can add a shipping address to his profile. So if the user is logged in, then we will add multiple addresses to his profile and assign it to him. But if the user is not logged in, then we will just create one shipping address, and he can only edit it. So let's start and create our view for creating a shipping address. So create shipping address, and it will receive a request. So inside that request, we would like to get our checkout. We will use the get checkout function that we've created, and from the get checkout we will pass the request. Okay, and also we would like to get our user, the current user that is logged in. So request.user, we will put it in variable because we will use it a lot later on, and we will check if the user is authenticated. Let's create a flag. It is a variable that's gonna be true or false, and tell us if the user is authenticated or not. And we will put it in a flag because we also gonna use it and reuse it in our view. So is auth will be equal to user dot is authenticated. Okay. And now we will check if is auth. That means if the user is authenticated, then the form will be equal to. So here we will get our form for authenticated user that we created. So it will be shipping address form. And we would like to import it from user profile.form, import shipping address, and also we would like to import the second one, that is the visitor shipping address form. And here, if it is authenticated, then we will pass the request.post or none. Okay. Else we will pass the second form for non-authenticated user, so visitor shipping address form. And as I said, for non-authenticated user, we will either edit or create only one shipping address for him. So if there is an instance, that means if there is a shipping address for him, we would like to get it. But we forgot to add a shipping address to our checkout, because a checkout will have a shipping address foreign key to a specific shipping address for a specific user. And to do that, let's create our shipping
So it will be models dot foreign key, and here from user profile would like to get addresses. So let's just copy it. Okay, and here it will be models dot cascade here on the leads. Okay, that's great. And blank can be true and null can be true. You know, let's run our migrations. Okay, now we are storing our shipping address in our checkout. So inside each checkout will have its own shipping address. And let's go back to our checkout views. Okay, here, as I said, we will get from the get checkout a checkout instance that is linked to a specific user, either a logged in user or an anonymous user. Then inside of this checkout instance there is the shipping address information. That means we can access shipping by just typing checkout dot shipping. Okay, so here inside of this form we can assign that instance, and it will be equal to checkout dot shipping. So here, if we would like to edit, for example, if we would like to create a shipping address for authenticated user, then we will pass this form with a request.post or none. And if we would like to create it for an anonymous user, then we will pass the second form that has an extra field, that is an email, and we will pass request.post or none. But we only want to create one shipping address for him. That's why we are passing instance will be equal to checkout.shipping. That means we would like to either create or edit a shipping instance for him only once. Okay, and the context for our view will be equal to form, and here we'll return the form. So now we would like to check if a request dot method is equal to post. Then here we would like to create our logic. So if form dot is valid, then we would like to save our object. So object will be equal to form dot save. And if is authenticated, that means if the user is authenticated and logged in, then we would like to add this address to his address list. So we will first of all get the profile. So profile will be equal to get object or 404. Let's import it from Django shortcuts. And here we will have profile. Let's import, no, it's not profile. We've named it user profile. Okay. So let's go back to our view, user profile. Okay, and user will be equal to user, this variable. Okay, now if we get that user, we want to add an address to that profile. So profile dot, here we named addresses user addresses. So to access them, we write point dot user addresses, and since it's a many-to-many field, we will add that shipping address instance to our profile user addresses. So add obj object, and at the end we will save that profile. Okay. Else, that means if the user is non-authenticated and if the user is anonymous, then we would like to get his checkout email and assign it and we would like to get the email that we've got from this form. If you remember, we've added an email input, and we want to assign it to checkout email. So checkout email will be equal to request dot post dot get, and we will get that email. And when we've got the email, we would like to save that instance. But first of all, let's save the checkout.shipping. So checkout.shipping will be equal to object and checkout.save. So here we will get our checkout, we'll get our user, and see if the user is authenticated. It's a flag. So if the user is authenticated, then we will pass this form, else we will pass the second form that has an email input. Then our context will have our form, so either this or this based on our condition. And here if the request is a post, and we will check if our form is valid, then objects will be saved. That means shipping address will be created. If the user is authenticated, then we will assign that address to its profile. That's why we're getting the profile here. And in the second one, we are adding that profile to the address to that profile, and we are saving the profile. Else we are getting our checkout.email here, because we would like to save it later on. So we are getting this email field, and we are assigning a new value to it. We are getting the email from request.post.get email. And here we are assigning checkout.shipping that we've created here. So the checkout.shipping will be equal to the object that we've created, and now we are saving our checkout instance. So when we finish, we would like to return and redirect to a new view that is create an order. So after the user will set his shipping address, we would like from him to confirm his order. So return HTTP response redirect. Let's import it, and here we will have, so let's just put dot here because we didn't create the confirm order yet. We will create it later on, and then we will redirect to it. And else, that means if request that method is post, is get, is not post. So here we would like to check if it's auth, that means if the user is logged in. So if the user is logged in, we would like to get his addresses. And to get his addresses,
we will filter all the addresses from that profile. So to do that, we will call user profile dot object dot get, and user will be equal to user. So when we get that user, we would like to access to all his shipping addresses, and we will call user, so it will be user addresses dot all. Okay, and now we will update our context to add the addresses that we've retrieved. So context dot update, and addresses will be equal to addresses. Okay. And when we finish, we would like to return HTTP response, or we would like to return the template response, not HTTP response. So template response, and the template response will have our request, and we'll have our checkout. Let's name it shipping create.html. We will create the template in a little bit, and we would like to return also our context. And so this is gonna be here. And as we explained, here if a request is get, we would like to get back the addresses of that specific user, and allow him to select one of these addresses to a specific checkout. So let's go back, enter our templates, checkout, and here let's copy this, and let's create our template. Okay, block content. Let's extend first extend base.html. Okay, and we will have a container row and call MD of 6. We are using grids from Bootstrap, so we're going to have two columns of 6. The first column will have the form where the user can create his shipping address, and the second one will have the shipping addresses for an authenticated user. That means if the user is logged in, we will list all the addresses that we've got from that request addresses. So here we will create heading h4, and we will ask from the user to create a shipping address. Please create a shipping address. Okay, and here we will have our form, and our form we will post URL checkout, not checkout index. We will create the URL for our view. So let's go back under URLs, and let's import a create shipping address. So here create address and checkout
create address. Okay. And let's go back to our template. Okay, and the method will be post. And here we will have our CSRF token and button. So the type of the button will be submit, and we'll have a class of btn and a button primary. Create a shipping address. And here we will pass our form as a paragraph. Okay. And now let's go and add our list of addresses. So here we will check if addresses. Let's go back to here. Here we are getting all the addresses that for a logged in user. So if addresses, then we would like to iterate over them. So here let's create an H4 and tell the user to select the shipping address. And we will have a form here. So this form will post to a specific view that we will create in a little bit. And here we'll have our CSRF token. Okay. And the method will be post. And here for addresses, for address in addresses, then we would like to get a specific address. So let's put it in a div. So P here it will be address. We will get street, the street address, and in the second line we would like to get city, and we have also the postal code. And in the third one, we have the phone. So we'll create an input and a form for this specific feature. But first of all, let us try and create a shipping address. So here to create a shipping address, we will need to go under create address. And let's put this link to our checkout index. Okay. Oh, and here we will add a button a href, and it will redirect to our view. So here it will be checkout and checkout create address. So here what we will name it, just next for now. Okay, and let's give it a class btn primary. And let's go and try our view. So here under addresses, we don't have any address yet. Let's refresh this view. Okay. like to go back to any product. So here let's try test 1. So here let's add quantity. Let's try 4. Now there is 10 products in our basket. In the addresses, as you can see, there is no address in there. And here, if we click on next, we will be redirected to a form where we can create a shipping address. So here, the street address, let's put a dummy text. And create a shipping address. As you can see here, our address has been created successfully. Let's go and do the same thing for an anonymous user. So let's go back and copy the link of our product detail. So here let's add 3. Next. Test visitor. And as you can see here, we have an extra field that is an email. Let's go back to here, an address object has been created. Let's go back to our checkout. So there is a new checkout that has been created. Not this one, but the second one. As you can see, it's empty and it doesn't have any product inside of it. No shipping address, nothing. So here we will add an email. It is different than the previous form. As you can see here, there is no email. So here, let's create a shipping address. And even if we refresh, then there is always our form with predefined values because it is stored in there. So let's go back to our checkout. Here, this checkout that we are selecting, as you can see, it has now an email and it has a shipping address. So now we can edit it or do anything with it. Okay, and now we will create an edit checkout for a specific user. That means if the authenticated user wants to edit his shipping address, so all if it's for this user, let's create a second address. Address 2. Okay, let's put a line between them. So here we'll have HR. Okay, this is good. Now we would like to have a radio button where the user can select from here, and when he click on a submit button, type submit and class btn, btn primary. So here, edit shipping address. So when he click on either of these, we would like to edit his shipping address. Okay, now we would like to add a form where the user can edit his shipping address. That means if the user already added multiple addresses, then we don't want him to rewrite and recreate that address.
we will put for him a form where he can select an address that he previously added and assign that address to a specific checkout. That means the checkout that he's currently creating. And to do that, first of all, let's go to our models here. And here we will have to remove the blank true and null true, because we don't need our address instances to be null or blank anymore. So let's remove them all from here. So in PyCharm, you can select in bulk, for example. Let's select all of this text and click on Control F. The editor will search for this specific text, and here if we click on select all, it will select all that text for us, and we will just delete it like this. So let's run our migrations. Here provide one of defaults. Let's just put a dummy text. Okay, and let's migrate. Now let's run our server, and here def _ str. We want to return self dot street address plus, or let's just do format. And here okay, so here it will be self dot street address, self dot city, self dot postal code, and self dot phone. Okay, and now let's go to our. Okay, and now we'll create the form for editing the shipping address for authenticated user. So it will be class edit shipping address, and it will extend forms.form, and addresses will be equal to forms.model form choice field, because we want allow the user to choose from a list of addresses, and the query set will be equal to addresses.objects.none. Why we are using none? Because we don't want to list all the objects. We only want to list the object for a specific user. That means if another user were logged in and want to select a specific address, the address of the other user won't show up in his list. And now we are making it none and setting it to none, because we cannot access the filter dot request user. We cannot access it here on this level from our form. And that's why we are setting it to none, and we will get the user and filter the addresses for that specific authenticated user. And to do that, we will need to override our init. So here we will call our init, and it will receive args and quarks, because we will need to pass an extra information to our fields, and it will receive args and quarks, of course. So here self.user will be equal to quarks dot pop. So here we are getting that data that we want to pass it here inside the init. So the init we will pass to it user data, and from here we want to call our super init. So here we will have our args and quarks, of course. And after calling the init, that means our form will now have fields. So after the form will initialize and has some fields, we will call self dot fields and select the fields that we want to edit it. That means the addresses. So the addresses query set will be equal to user profile, the objects dot get user equal to user dot user addresses dot all. So here it will be self user, not user. Okay. Here we are getting the extra information that we are passing throughout the quarks, and we are setting it to self.user. If we call this over here, it will raise an error because there is no field inside our init, because our init did not initialize yet. That's why we are calling the super before calling the fields. And we are setting our query set to this input, to this one, user profile object that get. We are getting the current user and user addresses that all. We are showing all the user addresses for this specific user. Okay. Now we will use it inside our views. So here we will call our form. So our form is edit shipping address. Let's call it inside our checkout view. And let's go under create shipping address, and here if the user is authenticated. We are only using this feature for authenticated user because we don't want non-authenticated user, that means an anonymous user, to have multiple shipping addresses, because he might abandon his cart and never show up again, or he might delete the checkout cookie. So we cannot track him again, and we don't want to store the data that we won't gonna use, and the user will the anonymous user will lose it forever. That's why we only want to create one shipping address for a visitor, and the logged in user can have multiple shipping addresses and select from those. Okay, and here the addresses will be equal to, so let's remove all of this. We will use our form now, and the user will be equal to user. So here we already set a user variable that store the request user, that means the current user that is logged in. And here let's name it addresses form. Okay, let's go to our template. And we won't need this for loop anymore, because now we changed it to a form variable, and here we will call our form that as paragraph, and the request here, the action URL will redirect to a new view that we will create in a little bit. So here we will check if the address form exists. And now we will create the edit address, and here it will be edit, and checkout, edit. Okay. Let's go and create our view. So here it will receive a request, and here we will check if So let's set a variable to our user. User, it will be equal to request.user. So if user dot is authenticated and request dot method is equal to post. So this view will only accept post requests. And if our user is authenticated, then we will get our form. So form will be equal to the edit shipping address that will receive request.post, and the user will be equal to user. So if form dot is valid, okay, if our form is valid, then we would like to get our checkout. So checkout, we will get it from the get checkout function that we've created, and we will pass to it the shipping the request. So now we would like to change our shipping address. So checkout.shipping will be equal to request.post.get, and here we would like to get the addresses. Here we have an input with a name addresses, and we want to get this value from our request.post. So it will give us just the ID of the shipping address. That's why we are getting here request.post.get, and we will convert it to int, because as I said, the request.post.get will give us a string format, and we would like to change it to an integer. Then we would like to filter the address with the specific ID. So dot object dot get, and the ID will be equal to integer request.post addresses. Okay, and at the end we will save our checkout instance, and here we will return HTTP response redirect and reverse. So for now we will just reverse to the checkout create address, and later on we will redirect to another view that is confirm order, and the same if the request is not post. Okay, and here we will copy this view, and let's go to our template. So under templates, checkout and shipping create, here the action will be equal to URL and checkout edit address. Okay, let's go back here inside our admin. As you can see here, we have the shipping address for this user. This is the shipping address, and we can change it to all of these addresses. So let's go back here. We are under checkout. Let's click on next. And on the next, we have two forms. Please create a shipping address, and the second form is addresses. As you can see, all these are the addresses for the user that we are connecting with. Let's try and create a new address. So let's click on test, or let's name it New York. I don't know. Okay, let's create our shipping address. And as you can see, it is right here. This is our new shipping address that we've created. And this is the current shipping address that we are selecting. It changed because here, when every time we create a new shipping address, so here create shipping address, every time we create a new shipping address, we will change the checkout shipping address to the new one. But here, as you can see now, it's under New York. Let's change it to another shipping address. Let's click and choose this one, address 2, edit shipping address, and let's refresh. As you can see, our shipping address has been changed successfully. Okay, this is perfect. Now let's go and create our create order view, where the user will create his order. So now we'll create our def, create order view, and it will have a request. So here the checkout will be equal to get checkout request. So okay, now we will get our checkout from here, and now we want to get the checkout line for this specific checkout. So we will create a variable called checkout line, and it will have checkout dot checkout line set dot all. So here we are getting all the checkout lines that has a foreign key to the specific checkout instance. And here we are checking if request dot method is equal to post. Then we want to check if the checkout lines dot count. That means if there is a checkout lines instances exist inside our basket, and that means if the user has added any products to the basket. So if they are greater than 0, then we will check if the user is authenticated or not. So if request dot user what is authenticated, and if so, then we will create an order. So it will be order. Let's import first of all order from orders.model dot object dot create, and let's go back to our order here under order model. And as you can see here, our order model has created. It's an this field will add automatic dates and time field. We have the status. It has a default value of unfulfilled, and it has a user foreign key. It can be blank and null for a non-authenticated user. It has an email, and it has a checkout token, and it has a note. One more thing that we forgot is the shipping. So it will be the same thing as the checkout. The shipping will be a foreign key for user profile.addresses, and we will just copy it and use it over here. Okay. But it won't have a blank and null because it will be required. We need a shipping address to we will need a shipping address to ship that product to the user. So let's run our migrations. Okay. Let's run our server. And let's go back to our view. So here the order objects are create. We will set the checkout token to checkout.token. So here under product, under the order, we have the checkout token, and we are getting this checkout token from the token from the checkout.token that we are getting from here. So here it will be checkout.token, and we want to set the user because it's authenticated. So the user will be So let's create, first of all, let's create a variable request.user, and we will use it here. And right here, okay. And the email is required too. So the email, it will be user.email. And one last thing that we want to add is the shipping. So shipping will be equal to checkout.shipping. Okay, else, that means if the user is a visitor, a non-authenticated user, then we would like to have almost the same fields, but without the user. And here user.email will change to checkout.email. So here it will be checkout.email instead of user.email, and the shipping will be checkout.shipping. Okay, and now what we would like to do is to count the total of our order. If you notice here in our order, we will create a total field that will tell us the total of our current order. So it will be models.float field, and let's run our migrations. Okay, and this total by default will be equal to 0. Well, we'll need to run our migrations again. So here under our create order view, we will create a variable called total, and it will be equal to 0. So here we will iterate over our lines in the checkout line here. So for line in checkout line, and after iterating all over our checkout lines, we want to get the product. So the product will be equal to line.product. We gonna use the product's informations to create an order line, and here order will create the order line. So the order line will be equal to order line dot object. So let us import the order line from our order.models. And okay, objects dot create, and to create the order line we have multiple fields that we need to set that are so we need to have a foreign key for a specific order. So our order will be equal to this order instance that we've created, and will be equal to order, and the second one will be set to a product. So here product will be equal to product, and the third input will be product name. So product name will be product dot name, and the third one will be the product price. Product.price, and SKU will be equal to product.SKU, and here we will have the quantity. So the quantity we will have it from line.quantity. Here in our checkout model, we have the checkout line, and it has a quantity. And to get a specific quantity, we'll just type line.quantity. And that's how we will create our checkout line. So after creating our checkout line, we would like to increment this total. So this total will be equal to total plus equal object dot. Here we will create the subtotal method the same way as we created it here under our checkout. So we will call subtotal, and we will just copy this and write it inside our order. But here we won't depend on the product.price. As we said, the product might be deleted and we won't access this information anymore, so we will use a product's price times self quantity. Okay, and let's go back. So here we will use order line, not object. So order line dot get subtotal. Okay. And after iterating all over our for loop inside the checkout lines instances, we want to change the order total. So order dot total will be set to total, and we will save our order. Okay. It's great, and after saving our order, we want to delete the checkout. So there won't be a checkout anymore because it has a unique token, and that unique token will be linked to a unique order, and we want to delete it right away after creating an order. So here it will be delete. Okay. And we want also to delete the token from our cookie. So here request dot delete cookie. To delete a cookie, we will just need to write request dot delete cookie and the name of that cookie, checkout. And here it will be none by default. And after that, we want to return an HTTP response, redirect, and it will redirect to, let's just copy this for now. Later on, we will create a list of our all orders. Okay, and here we will set our context to return it in our get request. So the context will have checkout lines, and we will get the checkout lines from here, and it will also have our checkout. So here it will have the checkout. Okay. And now we want to return a template response, and the template response will have a request and will have checkout slash let's say index.html and the context. So here it won't be index. Let's create our confirm order template. So confirm order. Okay, let's copy all of this, and here we will iterate all over our checkout lines, and let's remove this, the else. Okay, and here we will have our form. So the form will have a CSRF token and a button of type submit with a class btn and btn primary, and here we will write place your order, or let's just create by now. Okay, and we will remove this next from here, and our action will redirect to URL and the name of our view that we've created. So let's create here, create order, and we will import create order view from our views, and we will use it over here. So let's go back to our templates and confirm order, and it will be checkout create order view.
Okay, and one more thing to do, we should go to our views and change our template to confirm order.html. Okay, and here when we edit the shipping address or create a shipping address, we would like to redirect to this view, create order. Okay, and here let's redirect to this view. Okay, create shipping address. Here HTTP response will redirect to the checkouts create order view. Okay, everything seems perfect. Now let's go and try our view. Okay, let's wait for our server to refresh. And let's go in our admin. Here we don't have any orders and we don't have any order lines. Okay. And now let's refresh. Here we will choose address 2 to ship to and edit shipping. Now we are under the link checkout create order. We have a typo in the URL, so here create. Okay, let's go back to our create address, edit shipping address, and if we click on buy now, then order will be created. We didn't set a request.post, so let's go back to our template, enter confirm order, and here the method should be post. Okay, let's refresh right now, and let's click on buy now. Okay, order line objects has no attribute get total. Let's go back to our model in here we'll replace it to this, and let's click on confirm.
And here it shouldn't be request, that's why it is raising an error. So here we will set our response to HTTP response redirect. So response will be equal to HTTP response redirect, and we want to delete the cookie from the response, not from the request. And after that we will return our response. Okay. Well, checkout matching query does not exist. Well, let's create a new checkout and create a new order once again, because we deleted it from here, and that error will go back to it in a little bit. We will create a decorator for it to prevent the user to access the create order URL unless he has some checkout lines inside his checkout, or there is a checkout instance that exists and that has been created for that user. So here let's add a quantity of 3. Okay, let's go to next. Here we will select one of our addresses. As you can see, our app has pulled all the addresses for this user. We will use New York, and let's click on edit shipping address. And now we are under checkout create order buy now. Let's click on buy now. Okay, it's redirecting us to the same page. It deleted the checkout, and let's go to our admin. And here we have our order line. So here is the SKU, the product price, and the product name, and the quantity. Let's see, let's check our checkout, our order, and see what's in there. So our order has status and fulfilled, and has a specific user with an email, checkout token. The notes we will create it later on, and a shipping and a total. Okay, so here we will go back to our checkout. Checkout creates address. As you can see here, if a user will access this URL without having any checkout instance inside that is related to his profile, then an error will be raised. And to prevent this behavior, we will create a decorator and check if there is any checkout lines inside of this. Go under checkout and create our decorator. So let's create our decorator and let's import from current models. We would like to get the checkout, and from Django.http we would like to import the HTTP response redirect, and from Django.urls we would import the reverse. Okay, and now we will create our def user cookie checkout, and we will have our view func. After that, we will call our we will define our wrapper function. So our wrapper function will receive a request and args and quarks. Okay, and let's put spaces in here. Okay, and inside our wrapper we'll check if request.user is authenticated. Then we would like to get so here we would like to check if it is not authenticated, and we would like to get the checkout token from the cookie. So checkout token will be equal to request dot get signed cookie. And inside the get signed cookie we would like to get the name of the cookie, that is checkout, and by default if it doesn't exist we would like to get none. So if checkout token is none, then we will return an HTTP response redirect to our checkout index. So reverse, here it will be checkout index, and else. That means if there is a token but the checkout token does not exist, there is there is no instance with the checkout token, we would like also to redirect to that HTTP response redirect. So here let's just set it to response. Is none, and here we would like to get our checkout, and checkout.objects.filter token be equal to checkout token, and if not, checkout.exist, then we would like to return our response. Okay, and else. That means if the user is authenticated, but still we couldn't find any checkout instance with user equal to request.user and email equal request.user.email. If this instance does not exist, then we would also like to return a response. So let's set our response here to be a global variable, and if everything's go as expected, we would like to return our view functions with the request, args, and quarks. Okay, and at the end we will return our view func. So inside of here we will call it inside of our create ship and address, because we don't want the user to access this view until he adds some products to his checkout. And in the edit shipping address and under the create order view. Okay, now we've used our decorator in every function except the checkout view, because we don't want to redirect to it. It will be an infinite loop. It will redirect always to the same view, and we don't want that. So now here we will still have the problem if the checkout instance does not exist. So to solve this problem inside our checkout view, if the checkout does not exist, so here we will call checkout, and we will call try to try if there is a checkout instance, and we'll have here except. So the exception will be the checkout model does not exist, and if it does not exist, then we will set a flag. So here we will create a flag. We'll name it as none. Will be equal to false by default. And here, if we find that there is no checkout instance, then as none will be equal to true. And here in our if statement, so if the user is not authenticated and there is no cookie inside of it, so this is just for the non-authenticated user, that means for the visitor. And here we'll create another if statement for our current user that is logged in, so it will be or is none. So if this statement is true or this statement is true, then we will return this, else we will return all of this. Okay, and here we are getting our checkout. Okay, everything seems fine. Now let's go and try our checkout. Okay, and there's no error here. Let's try and add a product. Next, and let's choose one of our addresses by now, and it's redirecting us to checkouts. Let's try and access, for example, create order, and it's redirecting us to the checkout. So everything works as expected. Now we will create our order view. So let's go inside our order folder, our order app, and under view. Here, let's create first the URLs. So URLs, okay, and from Django.urls, import path. Okay, and here we'll create our list order and detail order. So here it will be class detail order, and here we'll have detail view. Okay, and the model will be equal to order, and the template name will be equal to order slash detail.html, and we'll have our list view. So list order will be equal to list view. Okay, and here inside of our list view, the model will be equal to order, and the template will be equal to list.html. So let's go and create our folder. Here it will be order, and here it will be detail, and the second one will be list. Okay,
Let's add it, and we will extend base.html, and we'll have our block content. Same thing for our detail. Okay, and inside our URLs in the order. So here we'll create URLs patterns be equal to URL patterns. Okay, will be equal to path, and here we'll have our int primary key, and from current views we will import the detail order and the list order. So here we'll have our detail order as view, because we are using the class-based view, and a name for our URL. So it will have a name detail order, and we'll copy this, and here we'll have our list order. So this one will be list order, and we will include our URL inside the main URLs folder. So here it will be order, and we should give an app name to our URL. So the app name will be order. Okay, and I guess this is it. So now inside our list order, we will change our query set. So def get query set return super. So we are getting the super query set from our list-based view, and here we would like to filter only for the authenticated user. That means the list of the logged in user. All the orders that are associated to the current user. Filter, so here we will filter user equal request self dot request dot user, and email will be equal to self dot request dot user dot email. Well, we'll create here user equal to self dot request dot user, and here we will check if user dot is authenticated, then we will return for him this query set, and here we'll use the user, and here we will import from current model. Okay, and now let's go back to our order, the model. Okay. What we should do now is go back to our checkout, and here we'll go under our checkout, and if the order has been created successfully, then we would like to redirect to our order and detail order with quarks of primary key. So primary key will be equal to order dot primary key, and inside of our orders URLs, here we are using our primary key, so we will redirect to this view. Okay, let's go and try adding a product, completing an order, and see what will happen. So here we'll place our order, and here we can see our order. So to list the order details, we'll go under order here, and here for object order line set dot all, and here we will list our foo dot product and foo dot sku. Okay, it's order line set dot all. So let's have our object. We are under the list, that's why it's not showing up. So let's go under details. Okay, now we can see all our informations. Let's put them inside a container, row, and call, or let's create a table. And inside this table we have a table row and a table heading times 4. So here we'll have the name of the product, the price, quantity, and the total. Okay, and the next table row will have a table data, and inside the table data here we'll have our loop. Okay, so we'll loop over all our informations here. So here it should be product dot price, product dot quantity, and here we'll have a product dot total. Here we will use the get subtotal, and let's refresh. Okay, here we used product price. Okay, now we are getting all of our informations. It's good. And let's go to our list here. So here for object list, and here it will be object, and now we will have a URL to go to the detail of our order URL, and there will be order and detail order. Primary key will be equal to objects.primary key, and here we'll have our order token, or let's just call, let's see what's inside the order model. So we have status, user, email. We'll call the email and the total. Okay, let's go back to our template. Email and total will be in USD. Okay, let's go to the URLs. Okay, and let's delete this. So let's put them inside of a div to set their display to block. So div. Okay, now let's refresh. And here are all our orders. As you can see, here are all the details of our order. And inside the detail of the order, so here inside of the detail, we can set a final table row. So it will have table data times 4. Okay, and we'll have total, and here we'll have the object dot get dot total. So this is the final total of our checkout lines. When he add them all, he will get that total. So this is it for now. Later on, we will work on the design of the dashboard and our list, and we will finish our application. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video.